elevation, protocol, rising above the chaos, taking control. My values not negotiable, my worth is my law. Surrounding myself with excellence, that's what I saw. I'm not building walls, I'm building bridges to greatness. Demanding excellence, no time for complacence. Act right or act out, the choice is always clear. My presence is my power, my standards draw the line here. This is the elevation, protocol, rising above the chaos, taking control. My values not negotiable, my worth is my law. Surrounding myself with excellence, that's what I saw. This is the elevation, protocol, rising above the chaos, taking control. My values not negotiable, my worth is my law. Surrounding myself with excellence, that's what I saw. I'm not building walls, I'm building bridges to greatness. Demanding excellence, no time for complacence. Act right or act out, the choice is always clear. My presence is my power, my standards draw the line here. I'm not building walls, I'm building bridges to greatness, demanding excellence. No time for complacence. Act right or act out. The choice is always clear. My presence is my power. My standards draw the line here. Bridges to greatness, demanding excellence, no time for complacence. Act right or act out, the choice is always clear. My presence is my power, my standards draw the line here. I'm not building walls, I'm building bridges to greatness. Demanding excellence, no time for complacence. Act right or act out, the choice is always clear. My presence is my power, my standards draw the line here. I'm not building walls, I'm building bridges to greatness. Demanding excellence, no time for complacence. Act right or act out, the choice is always clear. My presence is my power, my standards draw the line here. My standards draw the line here. My standards draw the line here. I'm not building walls.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to This and That. I'm your host, Xander, where we're talking about this, that, and everything in between. We got a pretty thick topic for you today because we're about to start talking about Cuba as well as Iran and Venezuela and all the stuff that Donald Trump is going to be doing. So I want you guys to hang out with us because we've got a pretty thick couple of hours of information that we're going to be providing to y'all. Now, first, before we get started, I want to do some short announcements since we understand that DHS is still shut down. From what I understand so far, they haven't made any changes there. Tax season is almost up, April 15th. Make sure you get your taxes done. And then we have all of the rest of March with the dividend rotation strategy. We have those up in the membership, so you want to go take a look at those. Now, we are live 7 nights a week, and while we do not let the sun rise without going live, we don't always start on time, but we actually did a good job of starting at a reasonable hour today, about 9 minutes late. Well, I want to say 5 minutes late because we had a 5-minute intro, so about 5 minutes late. So Since we don't always start on time, we ask you guys to like and subscribe and to also hit those notification buttons so that you can be notified as soon as we start, so that when we start at the top of the hour, you are one of the first people to be notified of our success. Now, um, going live 7 nights a week, we have a different topic every night of the week. Sunday, yesterday, we had questions and comments from the fans where you guys can ask me questions about how to help you do you. When we go into the members only, so you can ask me about how I do me. But for the public, how you do you, you ask questions, I try to help. Beyond that, we have Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Today being Monday, we talk about business and politics. On Monday, it is how politics negatively impacts your ability to make, save, and invest money, which is what we're going to be dealing with today. Uh, and then Tuesday, we talk about different ways to make money, save money, invest money, um, start up businesses, and bring extra capital on the side hustles, whatever it is that you want to do. And these are things that you would go ahead and get done on Tuesdays, which kind of sometimes is impacted by what we've got going on Mondays. But like this Tuesday, we're going to be talking about annuities and mutualities and how they benefit you and what you can do to maximize those. Opportunity cost wise, though there are other options that can save you and make you more money, but you have to determine if the annuity or the mutuality benefits you, or if you are more preferring of higher interest rates, brokerage accounts, or other such more volatile scenarios like Bitcoin or whatever the case may be, that might bring you more return at a higher risk. Then we talk about on Wednesdays different countries around the world that helps you guys be able to invest offshore internationally and potentially find cheaper places to live where you guys have the capabilities to explore your options and think about alternatives to the same old, same old. When it comes down to the average man, because this is a male driven podcast from the male's perspective, if you're looking for more traditional women and you're not capable of finding that here in the Western culture, you might find that in another culture. So we cover every culture around the world, which also puts you in a position where you might actually find the kind of standard of living and the kind of culture that you're looking for in a different country, where you can then find the woman that you're looking for in a different market area, a different dating pool. Uh, in addition to that, we have Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, where we cover fundamentally different ways to improve yourself. So outside of self-improvement, self-development, relationship discussions, negotiation, socialization, building your brand, and then discussing ways to negotiate promotions, raises, retirement packages, severance packages, because there's always another way to get out of your job, even when you're getting fired, and then focusing on different reasons why, as well as different ways that you can establish your 20-year plan. It requires you to figure out where you want to be at in life and then reverse engineer how you're going to get there. And you really have to go into detail about what kind of life you want to have, not just I want to live rich. I want to have this particular type of lifestyle in this particular neighborhood with these particular amenities, with this amount of responsibility, and the cost to accomplish that. That's your 20-year plan's bottom line. That's where you have to hit. And to figure out what you got to do to get there, that's how you got to work that out, whether it's starting up a business and being a small business owner or a big business owner, international investments, whatever it is that you're trying to do in life. To get from nothing to something, you have to figure out what something it is you want to achieve, and then what all you got to do to get there. When we were kids, we didn't put this together, but in order to own your own car, you first have to get your driver's license. In order to get your driver's license, you have to first pass a driving class. And in order to pass a driving class, sometimes you have to take a driving school. And that is all before you have to get the money to buy the car, and then have the money to pay for the car insurance, and then have the money to pay for the gas and the maintenance. So when you think about the long-term goal of going from never owning a car before to being a car owner, all of the things you have to do to reverse engineer yourself to getting there, where first step is sign up for this class. You figure out what you got to do to get to where you got to be at. A lot of adults getting your license back after you've lost it from a DUI, reverse engineering that process. If you've got classes, programs, fines, flags, whatever you got to do, that you got to take those classes, you got to do those steps then pay whatever fees and all of these other things that you have to do before you can then go back and get your license. And if you haven't had your license for a number of years, you might have to go back in. Special shout out to the battle zone. You might have to go back in and retake the driving test, which means that you have to brush up on your knowledge of the driving test and all of the steps you have to go to get that back. So if you decide that you haven't had your driver's license for a while due to a DUI and you want to get it back, you still got to reverse engineer. How do you get it back? So a 20-year plan is a way to prepare yourself for your future. But the method is still the same when you're trying to fix a fuck up. You got to figure out what all you got to do to fix a fuck up and then start with this first step, you know? So I strongly recommend that you guys hang out with us throughout the week because we give you guys plenty of information to help you guys build up on the things that you want to do and the things you want to accomplish so that you can find yourself in a better place. Now, today, it's a pretty thick scenario. Special shout out to a lot of y'all that are watching us from Twitter and Twitch. If y'all got comments, you can put them in appropriately as you've seen the Battle Zone do, and we can cover a lot of those topics as long as they are appropriately structured for appropriate topics. We don't have to agree, as I'm about to get into a conflictual scenario, but it has to be appropriate. Starting off with an understanding that there is a new doctrine that is taking shape in the White House. We understand that a high-stakes geopolitical play that aims to redraw the world's energy map is ongoing right now as we speak. And it is a plan that has been whispered about for several years, but it is now being executed with startling speed across 3 critical fronts. So this isn't just another foreign policy shift. It is a calculated strategy. The world's most vital resource, which is energy. The targets are Venezuela, Iran, and Cuba, a trio of nations that have long resisted American influence. And the moves being made are audacious, aggressive, and carry enormous consequences. So for a select group of insiders, this strategy could unlock huge profits. For the rest of us, I mean, it could trigger an economic shockwave that will be felt in every part of our lives, from the gas pump to the grocery store. We've been covering how the grocery store has been negatively impacted over the past 4 weeks. And this story is the story of a new kind of energy war, one that could fundamentally alter the global balance of power and directly impact your financial future. The battle lines are being drawn, and understanding them is no longer optional. I know that you guys remember we've covered this topic from Venezuela once they got conquered, allegedly for national security reasons, and they conquered the country and took its leader. And after that, shortly after they conquered Venezuela, they went and conquered, or not conquered, they started conquering Iran. And in the midst of conquering Iran, they're now in the process of discussing conquering Cuba. And we've covered Venezuela and we've covered Iran over the 3-week period that those were going down. And now the talks of Cuba has come to a head, where now I'm talking about Cuba. And now I'm bringing it all into a bigger picture. So what if those recent events in Venezuela and Cuba aren't isolated incidents, but the first moves in a new White House doctrine to control the world's energy? Think about that for a second. It's a high stakes play across 3 fronts that could either make a small group of insiders incredibly rich or trigger an economic crisis that will hit your wallet directly. And this is going to be the story of a new energy war that you need to understand with these battle lines. So in the first months of 2026, the long theorized Trump doctrine on energy dominance morphed from policy papers into hard realities. And it began not with a formal declaration, but with a series of decisive actions and the events that made it clear. And this was going to be perceived as a new era, was a U.S. military operation in January that resulted in the ousting of Venezuela's president, Nicolas Maduro, and within a few short hours, reports confirmed that the strongman leader was in U.S. custody to face charges of narco terrorism. Steven says, I never noticed gas prices until yesterday. A $20 bill would always fill me up when I got to a certain point. Not anymore. Man, I went to the gas station and I had an ugly gas pump. My boy, I had 87 at 288. I had 91 at 369. It was damn near a $10 difference between the lowest grade and the highest grade on this gas pump. I could have kept it under, I could have, and I put like 15 gallons. So I could have literally, well, no, I think it was around 10 or 11 gallons. It was almost 15 gallons. And I could have literally kept my full tank under, well, not a full tank. I think it would have been like a half a tank. But I had filled a gas can and then I topped off the car. So it would have been about a full tank because this, I think, is like a 10 or 15 gallon car. Had it been empty, I could have probably kept it under $30 for 87 octane. But for 91 octane, clearly $38. An extra $10. I was like, man, I'm so lucky I only have to fill my tank up once every 3 months. Because if I had to fill my tank up two to three times a week, every week of the month, I would be pissed. You're talking about $500 or $600 a month worth of extra gas that we got to pay. So I'm telling you that people don't realize how what's happening overseas can affect you back home. And when I covered the topic the last couple of weeks, where I was talking about how the gas prices are going to start making you feel bad, you had a full tank of gas when we covered the story. So it didn't really bother you. You're like, yeah, it ain't bothering me because the last time I saw the gas pump 3 weeks ago, it was low. But now that you need some gas, you're like, oh, fuck, you ain't lying. You gas prices creeping up faster than the motherfucker. And it ain't even summertime yet. It is springtime right now. So you already know that the gas prices always go up indefinitely for summer, specifically because of all of the international travel. So one of two things are going to happen. And this is a side note to the main topic of today's story, is that either gas prices are going to shoot up to $4 a gallon for cheap gas, or gas prices are going to cause travel to decrease because the price of travel is going to be so high, because you're going to find that the airline is going to charge more money for the plane ticket, specifically based on the cost of fueling the plane. The more people flying the plane, the more expensive the tickets are going to be. He said, I have to feel it daily. It sucks. I drive over 1,000 miles every 10 days. That's 100 miles a day, buddy. Whew, I remember them days. I'm glad I don't have to do that anymore. A special shout out to Steven watches videos and Charlie. He says still cheaper here than when Biden wasn't president. Well, you got to understand, Biden, I know people think that Biden is an idiot, but Biden did not impact the pump. Obama impacted the pump, because when Obama approved the extra $10 per barrel on oil, that is what impacted the increase in fuel. But when Obama recalled the troops, we were no longer spending all that money on fuel. And since Obama recalled the troops, we have not deployed troops for anything outside of the Trump administration, because Donald Trump deployed the troops for the thing in Egypt. Kamala Harris sent a few troops out there to go get some of the pot smokers from Russia. But Donald Trump has started a whole war. So we have been experiencing a decline in the cost of fuel because we were not doing international conflict after Obama got out of office. Obama stopped the international conflict that the Americans was involved in. And Biden didn't do anything after Donald Trump, who was right before Biden, had the troops out there in international conflicts with the stuff that was happening in Egypt. oh, Biden did not recall the troops, and Camilla sent a bunch of troops out there for the pot smokers in Russia. So I mean, we had international conflict in Joe Biden's term, and that would be one of the reasons why the fuel was so high. Not because Joe Biden was a bad president, but because he did not make any decisions that would reduce the cost of fuel. He said, "We didn't get gas from anywhere close to the Middle East." But that also wasn't Joe Biden's decision. He wasn't the reason why we weren't getting fuel from anywhere else. Again, that was Donald Trump from the 2017 term and a Barack Obama right before that. Joe Biden had nothing to do with that. Joe Biden was almost on autopilot. He said $10 a barrel doesn't equate dollars per gallon. No, $10 a barrel does not. Actually, yes, $10 a barrel increase does equate to dollars per gallon. It does equate because $10 a barrel of taxation plus international shipping, then you have the distribution to where we're going to be releasing it. $10 a barrel is going to be a big difference because when you think about right now, we're at $100 to $120 a barrel where it's gone up. It used to be less than $100 a barrel, and now and I'm going to be talking about some of these prices. Some of the barrels are $120 a barrel right now, which is $20 a barrel more than what it was, and $20 a barrel brought gas up from $1.79, $1.85, all the way up to $3.63. $10 per barrel, depending on how many gallons per barrel. And then you're going to divide that between all of the gas pumps. Yes, $10 will make a massive difference, but you would never notice that on paper because you think, oh, $10. But when you think about the fact that it is $10 per barrel for 800 million or 800 billion barrels, and then you're talking about the freight costs and import export costs, tariffs, and all of that. $10 a barrel when you start talking about 10 million barrels, that's $100 million. $10 a barrel is expensive when you start doing the math on a macro level. And then you think about all of we have 385 million or 388 million Americans. And if each American burns a barrel of gas, they're going to be paying an extra $10 for each barrel they burn out. And you're experiencing at the pump right now. Ellis says red and blue, two wings of the same bird, blah, blah, blah. I don't understand what you're referring to, Elsie, because we're not actually arguing about whether red is better than blue or, if and red and blue, there are no red and blue birds that represent American politics. You have the red team and the blue team, which used to be the Bloods and the Crips, and one is representing an ass and the other one's representing an elephant. And you pick which one's the ass, but the dynamic is that Republicans keep money in the pockets of the wealthy, and the Democrats put more resources back into the poor. And that's really the difference between the two political parties. We're not arguing which one is better than the other. We're talking about how you're about to start spending a shit ton of money because they're about to go after Cuba next. And then you're going to be able to decide if you're going to benefit from them taking over Cuba by vacationing in Cuba just a tad bit cheaper, or if you're going to spend a lot more money at the gas pump and never leave the country. That's what we're going to be talking about. We're talking about how the money is impacting your ability to save, spend, and invest. We don't give a shit about political parties. I don't care who's smart, who's dumb, who can't find the stairs, who's walking backwards up an airport terminal or whatever. I don't give a damn what's going on as far as the people. I care about the money. The money is what matters to me because the money is how I feed my family. The money is how I pay my bills. The money is how I build my retirement, right? And that's what you've got to pay attention to when you start paying attention to how politics impacts you. How does that $10 a barrel in Iran impact you at the gas pump? So as Steven said, this is not a political podcast. You just facts over here. This is just introductory. This is information about how you need to think about uh, how the world works, how your money is impacted, how you end up spending more money than you used to. You have to start paying attention to why that is, because that helps you prepare for certain changes. Like, for example, if you've been driving an SUV all winter when gas was cheap, knowing that not only is gas going up right now, it's probably going to go up a second time because of what they're about to do in Cuba, where you might start seeing $4 or $5 a gallon again. If you know that, you might want to go from that gas guzzler to an economy size car. Making changes like that doesn't matter if you trade in the SUV or sell the SUV and use the money to buy you a Nissan Versa or something like that. You might trade in the Suburban and buy you a Nissan Versa just to save money. Or if you're going to park it, if you've got a car and an SUV and you want to park the SUV and use the car to save gas, making changes in your financial situation, that is how you benefit yourself. So knowing that change is coming and preemptively preparing for it, that's what I want you guys to understand. Now, he said, where do you think we get our oil from? I don't claim I know why our gas goes up, but we don't get our oil from the Middle East. Okay, so we do get our oil from the Middle East. When we were in areas like Iraq, we were out there for things like oil. That's not the only place we get our oil from. We also get our oil from Canada. We're also getting our oil from Venezuela now. We do get our oil from everywhere except for our own territory up until Donald Trump opened up the mining pipes here in our country, where we can now drill at home and make more, produce more oil at less cost. So we do get our oil from everywhere else, and that's one of the reasons why we're battling for oil. So there isn't a reason why $10 a barrel from over there is not going to negatively impact us. Then you have to understand that other countries that gets oil from the Middle East, that creates products and then sells those products to the United States, the cost of their uh, uh, resources are going to be put into the price of the product. So you might not have as much oil going to directly to the United States gas pumps, but you might see the cost of food go up. You might see, because all of these ships run off of oil, off the fuel, and all the ships that are running back and forth across the ocean are running off of fuel, and freight containers and everything to that effect. All the shit you buy off of Timu is being shipped over on a boat that came from an oil refinery somewhere that didn't necessarily come from America, which also means that you're going to be seeing a different price point for the products that you buy from China, Japan, Indonesia, made in Tibet, Turkey, everywhere else in the world. Spices from Iran, all of the stuff that you got going on, India. All when somebody else is impacted and they offset the cost of that impact onto the customer, when they ship that price to America, you see it at your grocery store. So it doesn't have to come directly from Iran. It could go from Iran to China and then go from China to America, and you're still going to experience the price increase. So this guy is being ridiculous. So I'm going to go ahead and block him because he wants to play. We're having an intelligent conversation today. I want you guys to focus on today's topic. He said 1% of our oil is from the Middle East. So as we corrected the fact that the oil is coming from the Middle East. He said that's easy Google. Look, I'm going to tell you, look, I tell you guys all the time. Ask the Google lady. If you're not sure, ask the Google lady. Ask the Google lady. Go back and double check. Go back and cross reference, because what I'm telling you guys is all facts. Okay, I'm not sitting over here trying to make the red team look bad or the blue team look better. I'm trying to tell y'all how y'all money about to get impacted by changes that's about to be made. So you just got to pay attention to what's going on here. He said, fracking for oil bad for drinking water. Yeah. Well, they have this thing where they are trying to refill the springs, and they take what do you call that? purified water, or not purified water, but reclaimed or whatever water, and pour it back in. And the problem is that when they're pouring the water back into some of these springs, the runoff is putting limestone into the water. So the water in the bottled water isn't always as pure as you might think it is. You got to really think about the fact that, yeah, you're right. Fracking for oil is going to be bad. And that's one of the reasons why past presidents were stopping it from happening in America, because fracking for oil did negatively impact our local environment. So while we have allegedly over 100 years worth of oil in our current underground areas, we were getting our oil from everywhere else instead of using our own. That made us reliant on other countries for a while. But once Donald Trump put his foot down and said, I don't need you, we can get our own from ourselves, and then started taxing folks that didn't cooperate, he started using money to control people. Because since everyone else needed the money that we waste on a daily basis, by him pulling back the purse strings, nobody else got resources. Charlie said Cuba and China get 90% of Iran's oil. And we're also going to be talking about that because we also understand that if China is getting 90% of Iran's oil, and Iran is charging a larger quantity of money for oil, and China is burning more spending more money to burn resources to create things, China's going to increase the price of the products. And those products that are made in China that come to America are going to have a higher price. So that reinforces what we're talking about today, how it negatively impacts you indirectly a lot more often than directly. And that's what people fail to recognize on a regular basis, is that there is a indirect negative impact to global conflict that negatively impacts your ability to make, save, and invest money. Michael says, change the ships to electric power. Boy, them ships ain't going nowhere. You would have to change. It can't be electric power. It would have to be hydropower, where the ship would take the water in from the front of the ship without apparently sinking, and then run it through some turbines that could generate some electricity, and then spit the water back out so that the boat doesn't sink. And then however that particular process works, the boat would be hydroelectric powered. That would be the only way that they would operate without fuel. But as it stands right now, they're barely able to make them fuckers float without hitting the Titanic motion. I agree. Hey, Einstein had some sick shit, but we still don't know how to build a pyramid. So how are we going to build an electric boat with solar panels on it that's not going to get knocked out by a tsunami? Charlie said the Google I mentioned, I looked the U.S. Gov site for oil from Iran, not just some site. I'm not saying that you went to the wrong place. I'm saying that whenever you want to cross-reference the topics that we're discussing, you can always ask the Google lady, and you can also verify that the information that I'm giving you is legit. I didn't just pull this out of my ass for the sake of entertaining you guys for clickbait. I'm actually talking about how finances are impacted by geopolitical conflict. So while you are producing facts, I'm not saying that your facts are wrong. I am saying that at the end of the day, even though truth, the oil is going to be used mostly in other areas that they sell their products to us. If they're going to spend more money on the resources to make the product, they're going to offset that on the customer, and then we are going to spend more money on the product. That's what I'm saying. So conflict, if Iran is charging the world more money for oil, you might not feel the oil at the pump from Iran raising prices. You might feel the oil at the pump for the US troops that are out there in Iran blowing shit up. You're going to feel a price raise at the grocery store because of the products that are being shipped in from China, the products that are being shipped in from Cuba. You are going to see a price increase. You might think that's the tariffs, but it's not just the tariffs. The cost to manufacture the product includes the resources, the light bill, the gas bill, the water bill. And if the fuel that is functioning the light bill is coming from Iran, that fuel is going to cost the company more money, which the company is going to offset onto the customer. That's all I said. So you're not saying anything different than what I'm saying. You're just not piecing it together the way I was piecing it together when I was explaining to you what the issues are. But I appreciate your ability to jump in there. You said you can't have electro power without oil to generate the electricity. Well, Michael, that's another reason why they're not doing electro powered ships. Charlie's got some knowledge on him. He's gonna tell you that you can't. You're gonna need oil somewhere to mess with the electricity to generate the electricity on the ship. So if you need oil somewhere, even if it's a conductor, you're still gonna have to go and get that oil from Iran, which is why Trump is gonna take it. Just throwing it out there. Make sure that y'all mash those reaction buttons as y'all come through here because we're gonna be here for a couple hours. I want as many people who can get on here to figure out what we got going on, to pay attention to what's going on. And if you like what you're hearing, like and subscribe. And if you don't like what you're hearing, comment, but make sure your comments are appropriate. Michael said Washington State gas is up $6 already. Shit. That's over there by Oregon, north of California. I am not going there. He said, no matter what you do, there will always be a problem. Well, yes, but if you see the problems coming, you can also turn that into an investment opportunity because if you know where price spikes are about to happen and you invest in the stocks that are going to be impacted by that price hike, you are likely to experience the inflation of that price hike, which would also mean that if you sold after the leveling off of the price hike, you would turn over a profit. That's part of the dividend rotation strategy. But if you buy and held during the price hike, then you're looking at a benefit where you can always leverage your portfolio. Charlie said, I find it funny watching the electric cars charging up from the big diesel generator. Bro, I wanted an electric car because I thought that electric would have been cheaper. Well, I was wanting the electric car because of the lack of maintenance. There isn't that many things that needs to be fixed on it. Then when I realized that the electric battery costs fucking $5,000 to $10,000 for the battery, it's like shit. You buy another car with that price because, like I said, a Nissan Versa is like $10,000 to $15,000. A Tesla battery for a Tesla car is freaking $10,000, and they're only going to cover you under the insurance at the beginning, which makes absolutely no sense. Once the car goes outside of the warranty, the battery might not last the full 10 years or 5 years. It might only last 2 years. You might get 2 batteries under your insurance, and then the third battery you got to pay out of your own pocket. No, fuck all that bullshit. I would get a hybrid car that does still function on gas some kind of way because that makes no damn sense. He's saying buy Chevron. You want to buy Chevron, Shell, and ExxonMobil. That's what you want to buy as far as oil prices. And I got the stocks going across the top of the screen. Let me go ahead and put the rest of them up there, the dividend rotation strategy. I got the stocks going across the screen. I did research on the stocks that you guys will benefit from. So I put them across the screen for y'all to be able to go and take a look at. And y'all can write them down and go and take a look at them and be like, damn, these prices are right. You said your gas is $3.39. Is your gas, Charlie, $3.39 for regular or premium or mid-grade? Because you got to understand there's at least 3 different prices at the pump that's not diesel. You've got your low grade that's like 87, you got your mid-grade that's like 89, and then you've got 91, sometimes 92, 93, and 94 octane. So is your $3.39 at the pump? Is that 87 or is that 90, 91 or 92, or is that somewhere in the middle? Because when I paid $3.69 for premium, I would assume that that $3.39 that you're talking about is mid-grade gas at about 89, and that would be like mid-grade, but it's still more expensive than what it was a month and a half ago. It's still about 39 cents more than what it was a month and a half ago. Oh, that's regular gas, regular unleaded gas. I had grabbed the one that was like ethanol free. I don't know how that really benefits me. Smells funny. I want to go find the guy that's got the petroleum fuel that we remember when we were doing the show about I forgot which country we were talking about that day, but it was a Wednesday, and Dylan had came onto the show and was telling us about the guy that made plastic fuel, and that was a day when we found plants that make rubber, and we learned a lot of stuff that day. But I'm like, damn, I could go to that guy with a 20-gallon gas can and get me some plastic fuel and be knocking it back. He said, I'm so happy my Toyota takes low grade right now. Never put high grade in your Toyota, because once you do, you're going to see the performance increase and you're never going to want to go back. You're going to be like, nah, man, I want that buck. I want that regular gas. Gas Buddy has got a 2.57 in certain cities. Well, you can go to Upside. It used to be called Get Upside, and they can give you a lot of places that have a lot of gas prices in certain places. But if you're paying $3.39 for regular unleaded gas, that's the lowest tier. And in where I'm at right now, that regular unleaded gas, the lowest tier is $2.89 or $2.87. So the fact that it can go up to almost $4 for the cheapest gas, if you needed premium gas for your vehicle, you would likely be paying closer to $4 a gallon right now in the springtime. So you can imagine when gas goes up 75 cents for June and July, you're going to be like, oh, fuck this. Gas is too high. And I'm telling you 75 cents because I figure between 25 and 50 cents is going to be a guarantee just for normal price hike for the summer, but an extra 25 cents a gallon is going to be for that premium gas because of what they're about to do for Cuba. And that's why I was covering what we're covering right now, because if you're planning on doing something like traveling to another city or state or whatever, and you're going to fly for the summertime, if you pre-book the flight right now before prices go up, then you don't have to worry about the price hike when it happens because your flight is already bought. He said, I want to, what about a horse and buggy? Bro, horse and buggies are cheap in comparison to cars. You don't need insurance. You just got to feed them. And a lot of times you don't even have to shovel their poop. I can't see gas at $16 a gallon right now. I can see cheap gas being $4 to $4.50 a gallon, and expensive gas being 6 to 7 gallons in certain states. That's what I can see. I can't see $10 a gallon right now. I don't know too many Americans that would pay $10 a gallon for gas. They'll pay $15 for a pack of cigarettes, but I don't think they're going to pay $15 for a gallon of gas. But looking at the way things are right now, somebody want to ride, they're gonna have to hand you $10 to get in the car because $5 turns the key. And $5 to take you up the road. So you're gonna have to slide me $20 to take you cross town because it's really gonna burn some gas. But check this out though. In a press conference earlier this year, from his Mar-a-Lago residence, President Trump had made a statement that left no room for interpretation. The United States, he declared, would effectively run Venezuela for a time. And this wasn't about nation building. It was, in his words, about oil. And even when they were continuing to claim that their attack on Venezuela was national security, Donald Trump would always jump in, and the oil, we have to secure the oil. We're going to get the oil and we might rebuild, but we're going to get the oil first. He would say that. He explicitly stated that major U.S. oil companies would go in, spend billions to fix the country's dilapidated infrastructure, and get the crude flowing back again. Okay? Now, if you haven't been buying, the person on the ground right now is Chevron. Chevron's got it. So they already got in Venezuela, they already got an infrastructure already built. ExxonMobil and Shell their equipment was seized by Venezuela before the takeover. So they would have to go through a large legal process to get their government seized equipment back. And then they may not even be able to spend enough money to establish a functioning facility for almost a decade. But Chevron is already on the ground. So Chevron is easier because they're already producing. it's easier for them to expand because they were there first. So if you're trying to get profits off of Venezuelan oil, you want to invest in Chevron, like Michael said. And the stock is what, $200 something a share right now. Go take a look at it, and that's something that you want to get your hands on to benefit, to offset what you're about to pay at the pump. Buy shares in something that's paying you dividends and get some of that money back. But this single event was the cornerstone. For years, Trump had spoken about taking control of other nations' natural resources, a sentiment often dismissed as hyperbole. Now it was happening, and the intervention in Venezuela wasn't just a standalone military action, it was the foundational piece of a much larger puzzle, establishing a template: direct intervention to secure a massive energy asset. Almost immediately, the other pieces of the strategy began to lock into place as the world was still processing the events that already happened in Venezuela. The administration focus began to pivot 900 miles north to Cuba, citing a national emergency, where President signed an executive order number 14380 on January 29, 2026. And this order didn't authorize military action, but an economic siege, giving the White House the power to impose crippling tariffs on any country that dared to supply oil to this island's nation. And it was, for all intents and purposes, what some call the first effective oil blockade of Cuba since the missile crisis of 1962. Michael says, I love the reporter whom asked why you don't tell us of the attack. I seen that. Why did you tell us? Why did you tell us that you were going to attack? Well, because it was a secret. If I would have told everybody, it wouldn't have been a secret. All I did, I asked everybody to send troops, and they didn't send troops. That shows their lack of loyalty. Whenever they cry for help, we always come to help them. But we have always known that if the shoe was on the other foot and we asked for help, that they would not come to help us. I just asked for troops. I didn't tell them why. I asked for troops, and they didn't send troops. So we attacked. And we did a lot more in a short period of time, 50%, more than 50% than what we were expecting to accomplish. We accomplished more in the first 2 days. Look, I see the discussion. I see the discussion. I was like, damn. And I don't blame them. I'm like, why would I tell everybody in my squad I'm gonna fuck this dude up? Somebody's gonna tell him. Then, yep, that's exactly what he said. Well, why didn't y'all tell us about the attack on Pearl Harbor? It makes perfect sense. It's a surprise attack. Why would I tell my opponent I'm about to do you dirty? You can prepare for that. If I don't tell you I'm about to do you dirty, you're going to be sitting here high on the hog thinking that everything's copacetic. Then when some of your biggest refineries are getting destroyed, when some of your biggest power plants are getting destroyed, that's when you're in a situation where you feel powerless. Because how do you respond to the lights just went out? You go check the breakers. How do you respond when the car don't start? You go call a mechanic. But if the lights went out because they cut the power line, you're checking the breaker, they're invading the house. That's a surprise attack. A SWAT tactic, as a matter of fact. They don't tell you they're coming in, they just come in. They said, this is how you keep leaks from the press. Tell no one. And you see how nosy the damn press is these days? You are not supposed to have. Special shout out to Charlie. Charlie know what he talking about right now, y'all. He on the same level as Michael and Steven right now. He know what he talking about. You don't tell nobody nothing, because the only way to keep a secret between 3 people is if 2 of them are dead, because one of them gonna snitch first, and then the other one gonna snitch second. Whether you snitch out of clout because you got inside information, or you snitch because you're paid to snitch because they're gonna want to pay you for the knowledge and you need the money. They'll get the information out of people with for any because the total package, the 3 ways that snitching happens. One, you trying to get yourself out of trouble. Whether you're snitching to make money because you're poor and you need the money, you snitching, they're going to bribe you for it. Extortion, where they're going to do something to you, out you, ruin your reputation, right? And then clout. Clout. I know what the president's going to do, blase squaze. And they're going to talk. You know, oh, you want an inside scoop? Go and pillow talk. Exactly. That scuttlebutt, that water cooler conversation. It's called gossip. In order for you to be perceived as a person in the know, you have to talk about shit you're not supposed to talk about. How many people come home from jury duty and talk to their families about the case that they're not supposed to talk about? Every fucking body. Everybody. It happens, right? The thing about it is that him not saying nothing prevented Iran from putting up a defense. We lost troops, but we did not lose as many troops as we would have lost had they known we were coming. But again, I tell you, this war that we have going on right now is the fault and failure of the Supreme Court. Because had they not stopped Donald Trump from using money to compel people to perform, we would not have deployed one soldier. He would have just cut off their finances and Iran would have cooperated when Iran ran out of money. He would not have lost one life by cutting off their finances. Oh yeah, you can sell here, but we're going to tax you to sell here. So out of 100% of the profits that you would have made here, you're only going to walk away with 25%, not even covering your overhead, make you not even want to sell here. You're losing out on a large multi-billion-dollar, multi-trillion-dollar industry because you can't come to America where everybody's willing to waste money no matter how broke they are. That was his observations. Billionaires, you have power when you have influence. And you have influence when my money puts food on your table. So all Donald Trump had to do was say, well, I'm not going to let you make money here anymore until you do as I say. I don't have to launch one soldier. I'm just not going to let you make money here until you do as I say. And that makes a bigger change than now. Well, since I can't tax them, I'm going to blow them up. He said, actually, my wife was on a strong armed robbery trial, and she wouldn't discuss with me. I married a woman with honor. Okay, so one woman out of 385 million Americans, we have to understand the average individual don't hold water. She might not talk about the details of the case, but she might tell you which case she on. If she was on the OJ case, she might tell you she's on the OJ case. She's not even supposed to tell that part. She might not tell you about the evidence, but she might tell you which courtroom she going to. You be able to put 2 and 2 together. They're not supposed to talk about nothing, but they do talk about some stuff. It is not completely, oh, I'm not allowed to tell you nothing. I'm just going to courthouse today. You know, at the end of the day, I'm not saying that she's a dishonorable woman. I'm just saying that, you know, she would have gave you some clues about what case she was on. She can't tell you what the details are about it, but she gonna tell you what case she on. The news, I can't watch the news because I'm in that trial. That information was not supposed to be released. That's the way it is. You know, people, we go home, we don't have we naturally, it's an instinct that we disclose more than what we're supposed to because we have trust and confidence in our partner. He said, it's been in the planning since Trump took office. It was in the planning when Trump left office. Way beyond 4-dimensional chess. Now, check this out. Simultaneously, halfway across the world, the third front of this energy war heated up. Okay. Now, real quick, before we get into this, when Donald Trump started sanctioning everybody that was sending oil to Cuba, he cut off the Cuba receiving oil reserves, and that's why Cuba is going to have a struggling economy for the first half of this year, right? No oil, they're not generating the power that they need to generate. They're going to have rolling blackouts. That's going to negatively impact the infrastructure. Jobs are going to suffer. Housing is going to suffer. The economy is going to suffer long enough to where when the country becomes destitute and desperate, that's when Donald Trump can walk in with what is called a peaceful takeover and negotiate the United States directly providing the oil reserves to Cuba to restructure Cuba at his own expense. Well, hold on, at your and my expense. That's going to be another thing that's going to cost us. Cuba has no lights. Well, I can't say no lights. They had a few candles at first. I know they was doing Hanukkah every day because they had like the 12 candles over here and 12 candles over there. They should have invested in solar panels. They ain't got shit going on now. Everybody riding a bicycle now because what cars got gas in it. They didn't ran out of stuff. They didn't run out of stuff since January. The oil has been mostly shut down from Cuba, not completely. Is it a takeover by force? Well, in a sense, it is not a forceful takeover, meaning that they're not going to take over Cuba with military force. It's an economic force. So it's a non-violent force. So they don't have to kill anybody to take over Cuba the way they're killing everybody to take over Iran. Well, they're not really trying to take over Iran. They're trying to take the Strait of Hamas, which is what we're about to talk about right now, because halfway across the globe, they're over there with the joint U.S.-Israeli military strike against Iran that had began on February 28th of 2026, where the administration challenged for control of the Strait of Hamas, the planet's most critical oil choke point. And the political justification was to prevent a nuclear-armed Iran, but the strategic subtext was clear. They went over there for the damn oil. They didn't go over there to stop a military strike. Yeah, they went over there and started by destroying missile silos and everything to that effect, but they destroyed those missile silos to prevent retaliation from the attack. They didn't destroy the missile silos for national security. They destroyed the missile silos because if you don't have missile silos, you can't blow our ships out of the water, which means we can park our boats offshore, launch our planes, and bomb the fuck out of you forever because you're so busy recovering from the blast that you can't launch an offense. It's just like back in World War One when they go and attack the airfield and blow up the planes first. Now nobody can take off because there are no planes. You attack the hospitals, nobody can recover. They can't treat anybody. Steven says, them guys in Cuba still driving them 57 Bel Airs. They got style. But the reason why they're driving those 57 Bel Airs is because it's not like they getting a goddamn 2026 Ford Tundra sent over to Cuba. Who the hell gonna buy that bitch? Right now with the 57 Bel Air still running, because they'll fix it. They'll fix it. They'll take an engine out of a 57 Bel Air and put a 67 Bel Air in there. They'll put a 70 model something. They'll take the engine out and they'll put a Viper engine in that bitch if they can get their hands on it, because all they got to do is run. Exactly. Shock and awe. Special shout out to Ghost Machine. It's shock and awe. So the guys in Cuba, they're going to deal with the cars that are over 100 years old because it's cheaper. Don't nobody want them. For $300 in America, you could scrap that car, but for $300 or $500 in Cuba, you got a new car. It's new to you. Doesn't matter if it has 175 miles on it. That motherfucker still run. Right? It said, and place military bases across the country, especially around the strait. That was the issue that we had with Spain because the United States wanted to utilize one of the airstrips in Spain so that they could get closer to the attack before the actual attack. So they could fly to Spain, rest, recover, refuel, and then launch from Spain and have a fresh set of eyes. It's equivalent to if you wanted to drive to California, but you were going to take a nap in Texas first. That's pretty much what they were trying to do. But I mean, Spain was like, you can't park here. And now America's mad at that. But Britain was like, no, that's okay. You can park here. You can park as many as you want here. We'll move some stuff for you to park over here. You know. Charlie said they run on diesel in Cuba. That's why the cars last decades. I'm not even gonna debate that because I don't really know what they run on. But the diesel, I understand that diesel is more efficient than the regular unleaded fuel. The mechanical parts are more durable than the unleaded mechanical parts, but I buy whatever the fuck is available at the price range that I go to buy stuff. That's why I got 25-year-old cars right now. The brand new trucks that I bought, they sit. They're being used for the business if they don't sit. Because I mean, the ones that I drive for myself, I got 2003 that I'm rolling around right now. You know what I mean? I got a 2003 and a 2008. I'm not trying to upgrade. If I upgraded, I might upgrade to a 2019. That's it. And that it would require one of the two vehicles to no longer run and not be usable, meaning I can't fix it. I can't afford, I can't pay to fix it. When it costs $20,000 to fix it, that's when I go buy something else. He said that makes between $30 and $50 a month on salary. Cuba is a socialist paradise. That's what we're going to be talking about on Wednesday, about your ability to go over there and make you a decent quantity of money. If you went over there, well, not make money, you'd be able to go over there and live on less money, and you got to be careful about that. But with the rolling blackouts, you're not going to be able to start up a business with the rolling blackouts unless you're starting up a solar company over there that's going to fix the grid. Unless you're going over there and doing that, you're not in the current situation going to thrive in Cuba. But if you can build a solar power company offshore where you got the solar panels on the water, the way they're doing in Belarus, then you can build a solar company that then sells the electricity inland and not need as much fuel and fix the rolling blackout situation. But it might require a large quantity of solar panels. And you're going to have to bring those in. You're going to have to pay for that. That's going to cost you a lot of money up front. And then you're going to have to get reimbursed from the country, the whole country funding you, which you got to, how much fucking money do they have to pay an external source when they're not making internal profits from external sales as much as they could? You know what I mean? So, you got to really ask yourself, how much money do they have? It's like, I'm going to get electricity from them like Mr. Birds. And then fuck around and not get shit because they ain't got no money. They turn their pockets inside out, right? Now, Hormuz, the planet's most critical oil choke point, uh, the public's justification is not what we thought it was going to be. And when we understood that, in the span of just a few weeks, the board was going to end up being set, almost like a chess game, just like Michael and Charlie was talking about. Control the producer in the Western Hemisphere, which is Venezuela, isolate and squeeze the strategic Caribbean hub in Cuba, and then enforce dominance over the primary global choke point, which is the Strait of Hormuz. This wasn't just a foreign policy, it was the live implementation of an energy dominance doctrine, and the game had begun. To understand the audacity of the 2026 expectations, you have to rewind the clock a little bit, because these moves weren't made in a vacuum. They are the culmination of decades of fraught history, economic warfare, and simmering tension with each of these three nations individually. Is that I'm looking at MREs at auction. Man, I gotta find places that's selling them MREs and start buying them bitches by the case. I'm gonna have to start shipping some MREs to the house. You know, we're gonna have to start having some extra. And then not only am I shipping the MREs to the house, I'm gonna have to ship them to the house and put them on shelves above ground so that above water level so that I don't have to worry about those MREs being flooded out in case of a water storm, because we're gonna have to start packing that shit up. We're gonna have to MREs, canned goods. We're going to have to start preparing for the zombie apocalypse, not because we believe that there's going to be zombies, but because we already know that when there's no power, if there's running water, MREs can feed your ass. Y'all got to understand. When credit card machines stop working, how much cash do you have in your house to go buy more groceries? And how many months can you live without electricity? Ask yourself that. Because one of the things I know, so many Americans during natural disasters run to the store and go buy all the meats. And I don't understand what the fuck they're thinking about. Oh, I got a deep freezer. The meats are going to be good. I got a deep freezer. Well, what the fuck happens if you run out of power and the power don't come back on for 3 months, like what happened in Louisiana in 2005? What happens if you have no power during the hottest part of the year? Your deep freezer is only going to last you for the first 2 or 3 days. Every time you open it, it's going to thaw. Now you've got thousands of pounds of meat that's spoiled. And the meat costs way more than the canned goods. The meat costs way more than the Ritz crackers, which the Ritz crackers would last you for a whole year. But the meat will last you for a couple days on ice and a couple hours without ice. Why y'all buy meats in natural disaster? Why not buy up all the canned goods? Why not buy up all the crackers? Why not buy up all of the non-perishables, the stuff that can last for months and years on the shelf? Why not buy up all of that stuff? Instead, they're buying up all the meat. I don't care. I'm not buying no meat. You say natural disaster meat is the last thing I'm going to buy. Because unless I'm cooking that shit today, I'm not cooking it. Because let the power kick off after I done bought the meat. What the fuck am I going to do? Eat cold meat? Ham? Turkey? Undercooked chicken? No, I'm good. Trader says the Caribbean electric grid needs an investment of about $8 billion. Not I, said the black guy. He said, why did the Chinese not invest over there? Well, everybody was selling oil to everybody else. And you're going to understand that while an electric grid, a solar electric grid, because you got to understand that an electric grid is going to operate off of a handful of things: wind turbines, solar panels, nuclear fusion, or oil refineries. That's the ways that electric grids are going to work. Cuba used to run off of oil refineries. They buy oils, they burn the oils turn into electricity. Stop sending them oil, they stop having power. China never thought about going and building up Cuba and taking over Cuba economically, because I mean, fuck, we can buy oil cheap from over here and then resell it over here and make a profit. You never think, if I can buy from the guy down the street and then sell it to the guy up the road for a surplus, you're never going to think that I can just buy out the guy up the street and just make money in both directions. You don't think about that. You think about your profit of being the middleman. And the lack of forward thinking is what prevented them from having the opportunity cost in that situation. He said, do you think the U.S. government would allow China into Cuba? Fuck no. No, I don't think the U.S. government would allow China. Now, would China do it anyway? Probably. But do I think that the U.S. is going to be like, oh, that's okay, we're going to treat this like 9/11 and just let them do it? No, I don't think they're going to do it. Not while Donald Trump is in there. Maybe during Joe Biden's term, they might have would have let it happen. But Donald Trump is I said nobody gives them electricity. Their Christmas is going to be a dark Christmas. Steven says, we're going to be on the progressive soup diet. Bro, you know you can get progressive soup for like $2.49 a can. And if you get progressive soup and some Ritz crackers and some cheese, you can make you some meals, bro. Matter of fact, I tell you what, You get you some certain flavors. You get you some progressive soup, some ranch dressing, some cheese. You can have you an exotic meal. Dip you some rich crackers in that bitch. Yeah, beans and rice. I'm trying to told y'all. Gourmet meals, 2 cans of soup, $5. Retail price of MREs around $10 to $15 per pack. I'm trying to get it per case, fuck per pack, because $10 to $15 per pack. That's the 10 in a case. That's $150. That's like buying a sleeve of Virginia Slims. Pay attention to the topic, NYC. Pay attention to the topic. I appreciate you. He said I look like Wesley Snipes' daddy in Sugar Hill. It's because of the turtleneck. I told y'all, didn't I tell you, Steven? All it took was to change the image, and all of a sudden you go from just being somebody to being somebody else. Not now person came over here and said, oh, he looks like Xander. I look like a famous celebrity's dad from a famous movie because I put on a turtleneck. And I put on a turtleneck because it's cool enough to wear a turtleneck, so I did not have to wear a wool sweater. I got the window open, cool breeze coming in. I don't need to turn on the heat. I don't need to turn on the AC, saving money on my electricity since I already know gas prices is going to go up, which means the electric bill is going to get higher. I'm trying to save money. Last time I seen $187 on a light bill, I was like, fuck that, I'm turning everything off. Outside of the spotlight that I got on right here, not shit is on in this house. Everything is dark. This house looked like there's only one room in the entire building because everything else in this building is dark. Not a spotlight, not a TV, not a backlight, not nothing. Not nothing. You got a rechargeable flashlight to walk through the house like Scooby-Doo in a gang. Fuck that shit. He said auction closes at it closes at 1,000 hours tomorrow. 10 o'clock tomorrow. Price at this time to be $2.81 per pack. Okay. He talking about how the MREs are. I'll bet up to $3.40 per pack, plus a 10% auction fee. 12 in a case. I'm gonna have to go find me some of the military surplus stores, and I'm gonna see what they got going on over there, and be like, hey, let me get me like 10 cases. Well, no, let me get 2 or 3 cases because I gotta fit the dog in the trunk. So I gotta put the dog in the trunk and put the MREs in the back seat. We're gonna figure this out. Let's go ahead and start with Venezuela because we are nowhere near halfway through this topic today. I told y'all we were gonna be here for a couple hours. The relationship between the United States and Venezuela has always been about one thing: the oil. Since the discovery of vast reservoirs or reserves that were in the early 20th century, American companies were pioneers in that country. And Venezuela became the cornerstone of U.S. energy supply. The dynamic was simple. The U.S. provided the investment and the technology, and Venezuela provided the crude. But the core tenet of Latin America law, inherited from Spanish colonial rule, is that the state owns what's under the soil. Companies could get access to drill, but they're never owned the oil itself, right? And this is why everybody's shit was seized back in the day. Hold on, he says electric can't be going up. If you changed to incandescent light bulbs, I was told prices would go down. Well, okay, if you change to the incandescent light bulbs, it does not require as much energy to run those light bulbs. You have resistors, and the more resistance the light bulb has, the less current flows. The older light bulbs had a larger current allowance through it, a lower resistance, which allowed for a lot more electricity to flow. The more electricity flows, the hotter the room gets, which causes you to spend more money on your AC if you got lights on in your house and the AC running at the same time. And 2, the more current that's going to flow, which means the more your meter burns. The incandescent lights, not the fluorescent lights, the incandescent lights are going to generate a less a lower requirement and have larger resistors, a lower requirement for electricity, which will allow for the lights to still shine just as bright, if not brighter, with a lower requirement for electricity. Now, those incandescent lights will save money on your light bill, but you were using incandescent lights before Venezuela got attacked, before Iran got attacked, before they put boots on the ground in Cuba. So when you started saving money on using incandescent lights, and when you started saving money by turning off lights in rooms that you're not in, you're now going to start spending more money on that lower light bill because the power companies are still using some fuel to power electricity. So just like when Canada charged 25% on electricity to certain states, certain northern states that are using electricity from Canada, their light bill went up almost $25 a month just because of a tax from Canada. So even though your power consumption is still the same, just that one tax from Canada made your light bill go up. What's going on right now? Fuel consumption for the war, fuel consumption from the higher cost from coming out of Iran, that fuel consumption, because it's not just the Iran oil. You got to think about this too. The strait, they have to ride through the strait. That's like living at a dead end road, and somebody at the beginning of the dead end road says they're not letting any cars pass. So now you're not getting Domino's, now you're not getting Postmates, now you're not getting Uber Eats because they're not letting anything pass. That's straight. Iran doesn't always have to release the oil. Iran can just stop ships from sailing through, and that will interfere with oil production from anywhere. That's the biggest issue. So you're going to end up in a situation where while you might save a little bit of money on electricity, you're going to be spending way more money on the overall cost because they're going to be charging you more per kilowatt for whatever it is that you're using. That's going to be the issue. Is I never saved a dime by switching. In the words of ESPN. Come on, man. Well, you got to think about usage. First and foremost, most people did not buy 100% incandescent lights. Two, some people use porch lights, which is a waste of electricity. Where you might have used to not use porch lights, now you use porch lights. Three, so many people celebrate the holidays by stringing up Christmas lights all over their house to celebrate the holidays, which runs up their electric bill. You're not saving a dime because of your usage habits. Here's the thing. If you got a 65-inch TV in your living room, why do you have lights on in your living room? That TV emits enough light for you to see where the hell you're going in your living room. But people will have the TV on and the lights on and the ceiling fan blowing, and they might even turn on the AC, and the central air and heat unit burns more electricity than the incandescent lights will save. If you have a newer energy efficient refrigerator, doesn't do much for you if you have poor consumption habits. Yeah. He says, you're assuming you know better. No, I'm not assuming. That's the part that you don't get. I'm not assuming at all. I do know better. You're not receiving the improvements in your power consumption based on your performance. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. Take, for example, people who go to the laundromat would spend so much money per week on doing laundry at the laundromat. Those same people would save money on doing their laundry at home if they had a washer and dryer at their house. However, those same people would have an increase in their water bill and an increase in their electric bill for the number of times they use their washer and dryer. Now, the amount of money that they save on driving to the laundromat and spending quarters to do their laundry is going to be offset by the amount of electricity and water used to run the washer and dryer at the house. The convenience of using the washer and dryer at the house might cause them to do more laundry more often, which means they're going to have more clean clothes more often during the month. But because of their usage performance, they're not going to see an improvement in their laundry bill, because while they have more clean clothes more often, they have less large bags of dirty clothes lying around their house. They are using their washer and dryer more often than what they would have gone to the laundromat. So they're spending just as much, if not more money, because they're not trying to budget for the external laundromat. If you change your source of service and then increase performance because of the convenience, the benefit is offset by the usage. That is what I'm telling you. So while you might save a little bit of money, because you're not supposed to save $100 a month for incandescent lights, you might have would have saved $10 or $20 a month on incandescent lights. But if you save $10 or $20 a month on incandescent lights, but you have somebody in the house that has like 12 different rooms with lights on unnecessarily, that $10 or $20 worth of extra power being burned from the convenience of leaving lights on in two different rooms because I'm coming back into this room, that wasteful decision making causes you to not benefit from the change in light bulbs. So can you have, I've seen a $75 a month light bill during the summer. Have you had a $75 a month light bill during the summer? Probably not. Depending on where you are, your light bill might be $125 because you benefit from central air and heat. I benefit from opening a window. The change in habit, in addition to the change in utility, is where the benefit comes from. So you got to think about that. Now, back to this Venezuela situation or the Iran situation. The delicate balance that shattered this particular situation with the rise of Hugo Chavez in 1999. Chavez began a process of nationalization and strengthened ties with the United States adversaries like Cuba and Russia. And his successor, Nicolas Maduro, doubled down, overseeing the catastrophic collapse of the nation's oil industry while leaning heavily on Cuban intelligence and Russian support to cling to the power that they had at the time. So the United States sanctions steadily tightened, crippling Venezuela's ability to sell its oil and plunging the country into an economic death spiral. By 2025, United States imports of Venezuelan oil had slowed to a trickle, setting the stage for a more forceful confrontation. Then there is the Cuba situation, the perpetual thorn in American side. The U.S. embargo began in the early 1960s, a response to Fidel Castro's revolution and his nationalization of American-owned assets, including crucial oil refineries. So for 60 years, this policy has aimed to isolate the island and choke its economy. A 1960 State Department memo was brutally honest about the strategy. The only foreseeable means of alienating internal support is through um, dissentment and disaffection based on economic dissatisfaction and hardship. I know those are a lot of big words. The goal was to bring out hunger, desperation, and overthrow the government by providing the relief at the most desperate time in the country's history, right? A key vulnerability for Cuba was always its dependence on foreign oil, a lifeline historically provided by the Soviet Union and more recently by Venezuela. Under Maduro, Venezuela sent subsidies of oil to Cuba in exchange for security and intelligence support, creating a symbiotic relationship that infuriated Washington. This dependence made Cuba a key node in the anti-US network and a prime target. Taking out Maduro's regime in Venezuela was also, by extension, a direct attack on Cuba's energy security. Finally, there is Iran. So uh, the amnesty dates back to the 1979 revolution. But the modern conflict is centered on two things: nuclear ambition and the Strait of Hormuz. So for years, the West has sought to contain Iran's nuclear program. President Trump withdrew from the 2015 nuclear deal, reimposing devastating sanctions. The real leverage, however, has always been geographic. Iran's coastline dominates the Strait of Hormuz, a narrow waterway that is the jugular vein of the global oil market. Roughly 20% of the world's daily oil consumption passes through this strait. Iran has repeatedly threatened to close this strait entirely in response to pressure, and move of this magnitude would have a trigger of an immediate global energy crisis, because everybody who's getting oil from anywhere else wouldn't, the boats wouldn't make it. They would have to go all the way around and potentially burn a lot more fuel to make it there, which means they would have a shorter reserve instead of cutting through the middle. It's equivalent to having a one-way street and Karen says, y'all can't come through here. Now you got to go all the way around. It's a lot of wasted resources. The energy dominance agenda sees this choke point not just as a risk, but as an objective. So to control the flow of energy worldwide, one must be able to guarantee passage through Hormuz or deny it to adversaries. That's going to be a situation where if the United States controls it, if anybody who doesn't agree with America, like China, well, just don't let any Chinese ships fly through. Puts a stop to a lot of arguments with guns and has a lot more political discussions with resources. Cold War tactics. These three histories all converged in early 2026. Now, y'all make sure that y'all like and subscribe and mash these reaction buttons as y'all come through here. Because as it stands, they provided the rationale for a coordinated three-front strategy to reshape the global energy landscape in America's favor. The first domino to fall was the largest, Venezuela. The country sits on the world's largest proven oil reserve, an ocean of more than 300 billion barrels of crude oil. But years of mismanagement, corruption, and crippling U.S. sanctions under Maduro regime have left the industry in ruins, which means that it's going to take a lot of money and a lot of time to rebuild. The United States military intervention in January of 2026 was swift and decisive, leading to the capture of Nicolas Maduro without destroying the oil reserves. The immediate aftermath was chaotic. Vice President Delcy Rodriguez was sworn in as the interim president, and the United States formally recognized her government. Her government. But the real power was now being dictated from Washington, D.C. Now we're dealing with puppets on the ground. In his press conference, President Trump was unambiguous, stating his intention to run Venezuela and claiming oil revenues would cover the cost of doing this. This was not a mission of democratization, or however you want to word that. The administration's priority was to purely transactional. He said Maduro should have never been president. I do recall the people being very angry about the election corruption, and many nations opposed that election. But you know what's funny? As many nations thought that was bullshit, it was a local election. I don't know how the fuck he got in there. But it was not like Americans could vote on a Venezuelan president. So, I mean, there are certain countries that have political corruption. And one of the things that other countries don't have readily accessible to the regular people that we have is the power of knowledge, communication, and foresight. We choose our presidents as a popularity contest. More than 65, 75% of our country voted for Donald Trump. There's 50% of our population are men. So that means about at least 25% of the voters were women. But any law that came out after Donald Trump came into office that pisses off women, they're mad at the men for that. But a lot of women voted for him too. If all of the men and half of the women voted, that was how he beat Kamala Harris. You're looking at the LGBTQ community voted for him, Republicans. Females voted for him, Republicans. And then when he made decisions that they didn't like, they were mad at the men. But the men are only half of the country, and you need 50% plus one votes in order for the man to get in. So at least one woman had to agree with all the men in order for Donald Trump to be president. And he didn't win by 50% plus one. He won by a lot. He won by what would be politically considered as a massive landslide. He had that woman so beat. He had. I watched that for 6 hours. He had her so beat, there was no way for her to bounce back. He had her beat by well over 10 million votes the entire time. She couldn't even catch up. He said the people knew it was rigged. Right, but the people were helpless. The people were helpless. Okay, he said, bro, popular vote doesn't count in president elections, only electoral votes. Simple Simon. Okay, so homeboy, electoral votes are supposed to be based off of the popular votes of the general people that are supposed to tell the electoral voters which direction to vote. But the electoral voters, you can and is able to vote in the opposite direction of the popular vote. However, and I talked about this right in September before Donald Trump got elected, that dark money could have moved electoral votes where Kamala Harris could have won the popular vote, but the electoral vote could have went to Donald Trump, where elected officials could have been sanctioned for bribery. And if they got paid enough money, they could have taken the consequences, kept the difference, and just withdrew from their position. But the votes would have been set in stone. They would not have done another election. It could have been rigged. But the fact is that even though electoral votes can overturn the popular vote, Donald Trump had the popular vote and the electoral vote. So explain to me, how does that change the fact that in order for Donald Trump to not only have the popular vote and the electoral vote, that more women voted for Donald Trump than women are willing to admit, and more LGBTQ people voted for Donald Trump than people are willing to admit. And that's why the man is in office right now. He didn't win from corruption. He won because close to 70% of Americans popular voted him in, and the majority of the electoral voters also popularly voted him in. Plain and simple. So tell me how that's different from what I'm talking about. Drop us a beat. Now, back to the main topic. The plan rapidly implemented by the Treasury Department was to reopen Venezuela's oil sector. And within weeks, a series of general licenses were issued. GL 46 authorized U.S. firms to market Venezuelan oil globally. GL 47 authorized the sale of U.S. origin dilutes to Venezuela, a product essential for processing its heavy crude. Other licenses paved the way for American companies to invest in rebuilding the nation's energy sector. Now, there was, however, a critical catch. While the U.S. was allowing oil to be sold, it would control the money. So payments could not go directly to any Venezuelan entity, but it had to be funneled into a special U.S. controlled account with oversight from the state and Treasury departments. And this mechanism ensures that Washington, not Carcass, dictates how the oil wealth is spent. Now, the strategic logic is multifaceted. First, it brings the world's largest oil reserves under the management of pro-US interests. Second, it deals in devastating blows to the anti-US alliances, severing a key link between Venezuela, Cuba, Russia, and China. Third, in the long term, a revitalized Venezuelan oil industry could help lower global oil prices. The cost of rebuilding is estimated to be erroneous because one analyst we covered put the figures at around $183 billion over the next 15 years and would likely require a sustained U.S. military presence to guard the assets. But for the administration, the prize, which is control over a significant portion of the world's oil, was well worth that risk and that cost. He says, I got my OXM shares. I got them going across the bottom for 16 by 9, but for 9 by 16, I got them going across the top of the screen. You need to get your Exxon Mobil, your Chevron, and your Shell. So you should see them going across the bottom of the screen. I can't remember which ones is. You have CVX is one of the shares, and then I can't remember all of them. I got them going across the screen. Hold on, let me check my list here. We've got oh god. ExxonMobil is OXM. CVX is going to be Chevron Corporation. That's the one you need to grab. And then SHEL is going to be Shell Corporation. Those guys are going over there too. So now that since you got it, you need to go over there and go and get the other two. So since you've got ExxonMobil with XOM, you need to go and get Chevron because Chevron is already in Venezuela. ExxonMobil is not in Venezuela, but they're going to Venezuela, and Shell is not in Venezuela, but they're going to Venezuela because Shell and Chevron's equipment was seized by the last dictator. So they have to get theirs back from the new regime, and until they do, they don't have equipment to start drilling. Chevron has the equipment on the ground already drilling, and Chevron has the ability to expand faster while Shell and ExxonMobil starts setting up equipment, which is going to make them fall behind in the rat race of oil. So special shout out to Dunham.com. All right. With Venezuela's oil fields under new management, the second phase of the strategy snapped into focus, the complete isolation of Cuba. So for years, the island had survived on subsidized oils from the Caracas. The ousting of Maduro severed that lifeline, plunging Cuba into an acute energy crisis. But the White House was determined to ensure no one else could fill the void. So the primary weapon in this siege was economic. As we said before, on January 29, 2026, President Trump signed that executive order that I told you, 14380, authorizing tariffs against any country supplying oil to Cuba. And this was a direct threat to nations like Mexico, which had been a key supplier. The message was blunt: help Cuba and face economic consequences from the United States. The impact on Cuba was immediate and devastating. The country, already grappling with a fragile economy, was pushed to the brink. Fuel shortages became rampant, crippling transportation. Rolling blackouts plunged larger parts of the island into darkness, and the situation grew so dire that reports indicated some airlines had to suspend flights to the island because they could not guarantee refueling to come back. This engineered crisis sparked widespread unrest. Amidst this turmoil, President Trump escalated his rhetoric, publicly predicting that Cuba's fall was imminent and suggesting the possibility of a friendly takeover. And he called on the government of First Secretary Miguel Diaz-Canel to make a deal before it's too late. Faced with economic strangulation, the Cuban government showed signs of bending. On March 13, 2026, Diaz-Canel confirmed his government was in talks with the United States to find solutions. In a significant gesture, Cuba announced the release of 51 political pioneers or 51 political prisoners. Clearly not there for smoking weed on the bus. The focus of these talks was reportedly on economic reforms rather than a chaotic overthrow. The White House appeared to be pushing for a managed transition, one that would neutralize Cuba as a threat and open its economy to American businesses. A small but telling step was the issuance of a U.S. license allowing for the resale of Venezuelan origin oil to Cuba's emerging private sector, and move that clearly provides a relief of value while encouraging market-based reforms. So y'all got to make sure that y'all like and subscribe, hit those reaction buttons and those notification buttons, because this is the midpoint. If y'all love these detailed, informed topics, y'all got to show support to the channel, because this is the only channel on YouTube, on Twitter, on Twitch, on TikTok, actually running on all of them at the exact same time right now, where you would be able to get detailed information on how, in a neutral fashion, shit fucks up your money, how to fix your money, how to make more money, how to capitalize on the chaos. This is the only place that's doing it. This isn't a red pill, blue pill, black pill podcast. We talk about what's going on in life, how to fix yourself, how to fix your money, work on your 20-year plan, prepare for retirement, and live life without financial issues after you fix all of your financial issues. From what the problem is to how to resolve it, we go through the whole thing. So if you guys are enjoying it, make sure that you like and subscribe and keep mashing those reaction buttons while you're here. We probably got another half hour worth of information. Now, the ultimate goal for Cuba appears to be geopolitical neutralization and economic opportunity. By using that energy weapon to force a political reckoning, the administration aims to bring the island formally into the American sphere of influence. Now, this is me cracking jokes. We would officially have, what, 53 states now? Because we would have the state of Canada, the state of Cuba, the state of Venezuela. We're going to need a bigger flag. They're not officially being incorporated as territories of the United States, but I'm just saying, you know, when United States money is operating your country that magnitude, you're part of the United States. Because if all United States got to do is say, we're no longer going to give you an allowance. Think about this. When you were a kid and your parents cut off your allowance, you were pissed, but you did what you were told because you wanted that money. Same thing is going to happen as adults. When the president says we're not going to pay this country anymore, they're pissed, but they're going to do what they're told because they need the money. They didn't find a solution to get the money from anywhere else, so they're going to have to do as they're told in order to get that money. Now, while the Western Hemisphere was being reshaped, the third and most volatile front of the energy war has raging for the longest period of time in the Middle East. And the target is going to be Iran here. And the battle was for the Strait of Hormuz. The objective was not just neutralizing Iran's nuclear program, but to assert control over the world's most critical energy artery. He said, do you think the Cuban working people would like to make more than $13 a week? I think most people anywhere would like to make more than $25 an hour. So if they're making $13 a week, sheesh, that's no wonder they're driving a 57 Bel Air, because $13 a week, that's the drink in this cup would have cost me $13 if I would have bought it from a Starbucks. A 36-ounce cup of coffee. There's no way. There's no way. I think that everybody in Cuba would love to see $13 an hour. If they're making $13 a week, they would be rolling in the dough. They would be rich upon rich. So if they're living off of $13 a week over there, if you went to Cuba with $1,000, you would be a millionaire. You would be a millionaire. Which we're going to be talking about that on Wednesday, because we're going to be covering going to Cuba under certain constraints, but going over there as a vacation or going over there for long-term stay, and what's the opportunity cost of going over there versus, the catastrophic failure of rolling blackouts. Now, the conflict that began on February 28, 2026, with the joint U.S. Israeli bombardment campaign targeting a wide array of Iranian military, naval, and nuclear infrastructures. We got to remember, is still happening right now. They have not stopped bombing stuff, but President Trump did say, we tried to reach out. We took out their leaders. We took out the leaders that came after that. We took out the leaders that came after that. And now that we're trying to reach out, there's nobody to talk to. But we're okay with that. Like, they got rid of everybody. First in command, second in command, third in command. Nobody's stepping up to take control, but that's okay. We're going to keep blowing them up. Eventually, somebody is going to raise a white flag. President Trump's rhetoric was equally aggressive, boasting of America's weapons and issuing a stark 48-hour ultimatum to Tehran. And Trump was serious. He's like, look, we are the strongest country in the world. We were able to do by ourselves what other people could not do as a group. He made that clear. And he was naming ships and naming planes, and we went over there, we bombed everything. Now, he made it clear to them, open the Strait of Hormuz or face the obliteration of its power plants. And he specifically stated that he is going to start with the biggest ones first. Now, you got to understand, if you hit a power plant, you might take power out of a small area. But if you hit the biggest power plants first, let's say 2 or 3 of them, you just took power out of 3/4 of the country. Iran would immediately look exactly like Cuba, rolling blackouts. And with no power, guess what else you don't have? Internet, credit card machines. So everybody that's living off of credit cards can't buy gas. No electricity. If they don't have manual pumps, they're not going to be able to get gas out of the pumps. If you have rolling blackouts, you have no electricity. How are you going to put gas in your vehicles? If you destroy the power plant itself, that takes months, if not years, to rebuild unless you have outside sources helping you rebuild, which means that once those power plants get destroyed, Iran would be in a devastating position for a number of years to come if nobody helps them rebuild. So that was a pretty steep argument there. Iran's response was to play its most powerful card. Unable to match the U.S. military, it declared the Strait of Hormuz effectively closed to most ships, using drones and other tactics to attack over a dozen vessels. This was enough to create chaos. Maritime insurance providers refused to cover ships in that region, and the commercial tanker traffic that was grounded over there, they just stopped. They did not continue going over there, because I'm not losing my ship over what they got going on. So the economic impact was instantaneous and severe, with roughly 20% of the global oil supply suddenly taken offline. Crude prices skyrocketed. Brent crude surged past $100 a barrel, with some analysts warning it could exceed its 2008 record of $147. Now, if you remember how high gas was in 2008, you can understand $50 a barrel of increase is a lot of money. And this is going to be a thing if the strait remained closed. So the shocking cascade through the global economy is going to be, damn, we're going to have to pay a shit ton of money on getting this oil. Gulf producers were forced to slash production as their shortage facilitates their shortage facilities filled up because they're creating the oil, but they're not able to ship the oil, so they're not producing as much oil, so they shut everything down. The International Energy Agency described it as the largest supply disruption in the history of the global oil market. So do you think the stories of the 20 to 30 protesters were killed in Iran had something to do with the strikes also? Uh, Hypothetically, if the protesters were outside near any explosion, it is quite possible that the 20 to 30 protesters were collateral damage to bombings that occurred over there. But I cannot say for sure that they were deliberately killed in Iran specifically because of the US Iran conflict. I can't connect the dots to that. But I can say that just like the American protesters are blocking traffic and getting run over by cars, if protesters put themselves in a location where they are not safe to protest something and then they get killed while protesting, that it would be, yeah, I know you said 20 to 30,000. You said it right there, 20 to 30,000. 20 to 30, 20 to 48, anything over 20,000 protesters, if they were near explosions, because you got to recognize the planes overhead that are dropping bombs or targets are not looking at the crowd of people on the ground determining don't strike, don't strike. The people on the ground are collateral damage. It's a live market watch. US oil is at $91.60 right now. Okay. And that doesn't change the fact that um, Brent crude oil had surged past 100 barrels, $100 a barrel. Because remember, I'm covering when this was happening in February of 2026. And you were talking about right now today in March of 2026. Which also means that there may have been a $9 decrease, but that does not mean that there is oh, you say so. The protesters were killed by Iranian government before any strikes. Were those American protesters? Because if they were Iranian protesters in Iran, then I still can't say that because we have freedom to disrespect our government. Other countries don't give you that freedom. If they were Americans, I can assume that the Iranian government did its zero tolerance to governmental disrespect from its people, because you can't even go to North Korea and talk bad about Kim Jong Un without facing like life-threatening consequences. You can't draw on his picture on a street corner or anything like that without. I remember somebody defaced a portrait of Kim Jong Un, and they ended up in a federal prison out there just because they were trying to be funny. In America, you can deface the president's face and get a laugh out of that. You can burn the American flag and get a laugh out of that and get a bunch of views, get a bunch of clicks on social media. But you set a flag on fire you set a Korean flag on fire in Korea. You ain't going that far. He said the Persian people spoke about leadership. Now, again, as it pertains to political conflict, because when here on This and That, well, we talk about this, that, and everything in between. It is a broad spectrum conversation, and I take all conversations. But when I cover the topic, I cover the topic based on its impact on your finances. So I don't come from the perspective of the conflict of the people on the ground, because the people fighting on the ground got nothing to do with our money, how we make money in America, and how we spend that money in America. So while I'm not taking any value away from the conversation about the Persian people and their protesting and the Iranian government killing off the 20 to 30,000 Persian people, um, again, I didn't research that because that protest had nothing to do with what you shop for in America, and that onslaught had nothing to do with how you buy stuff in America. But the oil that is not coming from the Strait of Hormuz and the resources being used to bomb Iran and the resources being used to rebuild Venezuela and the resources that are going to be used to rebuild Cuba are going to come out of taxpayer money, and that is actually going to negatively impact the bottom line for American people. So that is what I did research on. So every time I bring you a topic, I don't bring you a hypothetical where I'm talking out of my ass. I actually do the research and I verify it before I talk about it. So since I didn't cover the Persian protesters in Iran, I don't have a definitive answer for that. But I can tell you that had they been near conflict and they got taken out as collateral damage. If they're Persians that are arguing against the government, again, we have freedom of disrespect. They don't have that in other countries. If they were talking against the government and the government silenced them for disrespecting the country, you're in a position where they were not necessarily taken out because of what the United States were doing. They would have been potentially taken out because of what they were doing in the country that they were doing it in, because they don't have the freedom of speech in that country that we have in this country. It can be pieced together as collateral damage, but you cannot say that 30,000 Persians are being slaughtered before the first bomb is dropped from America, where that's the fault of the United States country. I'm not going to be able to I can't connect the dots on that. So 30,000 Persians being slaughtered by Iran was not Donald Trump's motivation to go over there and blow up Iran. Donald Trump went over there and blew up Iran because he wanted money. He wanted oil. What happened to the people? That ain't got nothing to do with him. He's going to get the oil first, and then he's going to see about the people. Oh, I love this. He says, you want Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon? I mean, America sells all of its old weapons to other countries anyway. We sell the blueprints. We have black market arms trade where all of the military tools that are no longer being used by the United States government is being sold to other countries, including nukes, including remote bombs, including drone strike, everything to that effect. So do I care if Iran has nuclear weapons? Absolutely not. Because they're going to get them whether America sells it to them or they build it themselves. Somebody with decorations taking up half of their uniform that's been in the Pentagon for the last 15 to 25 years knows somebody in another country and has the connections to sell military weapons to another country. And it happens every day. So, Stuart, does it really matter if Iran has nukes that they're not using on America? When we're talking about the fact that America's not even over there for the nukes, America is bombing them for the oil. America's not bombing them because we got nuked from Iran. America's not bombing them because we got hit by a missile, a ballistics missile. America's not bombing them because American hostages were taken in America and carted off to Iran. We're not over there because Iran attacked America at all. We are over there for resources because America would have a stronger financial control over world government if America controls certain resources that the majority of the world benefits from. This is a financial battle over global wallets. That's what it is. It's not about nukes. You can use the excuse about nukes, but it's not about nukes. Because if it was about nukes, let's be clear. Let's be clear. While you're on the nuke topic, because he went to Russia. I think it was Russia. Yeah, he went to Russia. Remember Russia-Ukraine war? He went to Russia. He blew up the nuke silos. He came back. He didn't continue blowing up Russia. He didn't blow up Russia for months. He only went to Russia and blew up the nukes because Russia it was about nukes, and the Russia-Ukraine war was about the minerals in Ukraine. Stop blowing up Ukraine so that we can mine the minerals. But let me get rid of your nukes so that you don't do something stupid. After they blew up the nukes in Russia, they did not go back. After they blew up the nukes in Iran, they continued to bomb Iran. So is it about the nukes? Because the nukes were already gone within the first 48 hours. What are they still doing there, bombing stuff for another month if it was about the nukes? Answer me that, Stuart. To explain it to me, make it make sense to me, because here on This and That, where we talk about this, that, and everything in between, we always try to make it make sense. So explain to me, are they really there for the nukes if they've already destroyed all of the nuclear silos within the first 48 hours of their first attack? What are they still there for? There are no more nukes. There are no more bombing facilities. They should have taken out all of the military airports. They should have taken out all the naval facilities. That outside of a handful of drones and a few ground troops, they don't have much left to sail over here to America with nothing. So exactly why is America still there if it was about the nukes? They're still there and they're still destroying stuff. If it was about the nukes, why are they still there? They're still there because it's about the oil. Israel has nukes. Understand that. Okay, but the United States is not actually. I love your comeback. I love your comeback. If Israel has the nukes and Israel is helping the United States bomb Iran, Iran is not Israel. Israel has nukes. The U.S. is still not bombing Iran because of nukes. Because if the U.S. was about the nuke situation, then the U.S. would be bombing Israel too. They don't give a shit about the nukes. What they care about is the oil. Think about that. You just proved my point. He's not. If this was an anti-nuke campaign, he would have bombed Israel, got rid of their nuclear silos, and then bombed Israel and got rid of their nuclear silos. It's not about the nukes. It's about the resources. He bombed Russia to get rid of the nuclear silos so that he could get the resources from Ukraine. He's bombing Iran so that he can get the oil. He conquered Venezuela so that he could get the oil. He's going to sell the oil to Cuba because nobody else is allowed to sell oil to Cuba. This is all about resources. This isn't about nukes. This isn't about national security. It's about national finance, but it's not about national security. We are not going to miss a wink of sleep after this podcast goes off because of nukes. We're not going to miss a wink of sleep because of ballistic missiles. Matter of fact, throughout this entire war, we might not see one Iranian troop on American soil that wasn't taken hostage in Iran and then brought to America by American military. We will not see one Iranian ship in American waters in the Gulf of America. We won't see it because it's not about it's not about the nukes. It's about the oil. He said, "Get the oil." Exactly, get the oil. It's more like he doesn't want China to get it, but that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what he's doing. He's like, "Fuck that! You can't have it. I'm getting it. I'm getting it before I leave office. I'm getting it." And that's exactly what's going on. Instead of Donald Trump allowing China to gain a relationship with Iran and the Strait of Hormuz and have more control over 20% of the world's oil, Donald Trump is going to take control over the oil. Now, remember, China and Japan have a long-standing contract with the United States right now, I think 1 to 2 years long, where the tariffs went down back in August and September, where China and the United States are at political peace right now, where they are opening the doors of trade. The United States is not fighting China directly, but this is almost like two dudes at a club trying to hit on the same girl. I'm gonna get that before you. We're not beefing, but I'm gonna get that before you, and that's what's happening with the oil. The oil is up for grabs, and either China's going to have it or the United States is going to get it. And Donald Trump is doing everything in his power to make sure that the United States holds control over the strait. Now, once the United States holds control over the strait, then the China is going to end up having to negotiate oil from the United States to come from Iran in order to keep the trade peace between China and the United States. It's exactly that. That's what it was. He said, hearing the Gulf of America still sounds weird. I had to say the Gulf of America because it's fucking stupid. But he said, but he said it. To me, it was always the Gulf of Mexico. I grew up on it being the Gulf of Mexico. Now they're calling it the Gulf of America. I had to try it at least once. I had to soundbite it at least once, you know. But he calls it the Gulf of America as the Gulf of America, right? Had we been in Asia somewhere, in one of them other countries, when I said that, they would have shut my podcast down. I'm surprised that the connection didn't start flickering out. But he called it the Gulf of America, bringing pride to American waters. The Gulf belongs to America, not Mexico. It's used primarily by American. It's serviced and protected primarily by America. The Gulf of America. I mean, if you built a school, you'd name it after yourself. So, I mean, I can't, I can't argue with why he did it, uh, but he did it. And if you go to Google Map, it might actually show that it says Gulf of America now, because at one point in time, it still said Gulf of Mexico. Now, this chaos, however, fits into the broader Trump energy strategy, guys, because the first thing it does is that it demonstrates that American resolve to control global energy choke points is sending a clear message to rivals like China. Because the second thing that we have to understand is that the resulting price spike created a massive revenue windfall for the newly installed leadership in Venezuela, helping to fund reconstruction, where we don't have to spend as much rebuilding. Third, it pushes immense pressure on Iran's leadership to accept a much more restrictive deal. As of late March 2026, confusing signals were emerging. President Trump announced a temporary postponement of further strikes, citing a very good and productive conversation with Iran. Iranian officials, however, publicly denied that any direct talks were taking place. This ambiguity keeps the world on edge. The Strait of Hormuz remains a high risk zone, and the global economy hangs in the balance. He said, F China. Wait, you say that, but everything you touch in your house is made in China. The dishes in your cabinet, the iron, the microwave that you're using that wasn't installed with the house, the laptop that you picked up probably said made in China. Go outside and go open your car up real quick and look at all the parts on your car that says made in China. The tires might have been made in China. Look at the collar on the back of your clothes that you're wearing right now that says made in China. You know what I mean? Look at your boxer briefs and turn the tag inside out and see that made in China. You saying F China, but let's be honest, bro. We need China because they sell us all the stuff that we know and love, no matter how cheap or expensive it is, right? He said, I drive a Ford. And again, the parts are made in China. You know, energy efficient Ford Mustangs have foreign parts in them. They're not built and then so this is the understanding, bro. It is not created in America. It is assembled in America. So not every part in the vehicle was created in America. A lot of the parts were shipped in from another country, and then it was put together in an American factory. Energy efficient vehicles did not come from American technology. It came from Chinese, Japanese, German engineering, where the German vehicles like Volkswagen had the high performance, high durability vehicles. The fuel efficiency comes from China and other areas in Asia. And that's technology that they shared with the United States is why we now have EcoBoost on our Ford Mustangs. So you could drive a Ford truck, you could drive an F-150, you could drive a Chevy Camaro, you could drive a Ford Mustang. Depending on what year it is, it might have very few Chinese parts on it, and then it might have an abundance of Chinese parts on it. But it does not change the fact that it is still not American created. It is American assembled. He said, oil will be great short term, but will drop quickly as soon as this conflict is over. That's going to be the other thing. It is going to drop dramatically as soon as this conflict is over, specifically because we have local oil being drilled in places like Louisiana, Texas, Mississippi. We have the pipeline opened up in America. We also have Venezuelan oil, and then we're going to have control of the strait, and the profits that we're going to have from being able to refine our oil with Venezuelan technology will allow us to have very cheap gas coming soon. But this is going to be the kicker, because people are going to give that prop to the next president. People are not going to say in 2032 that Donald Trump is the reason why our gas went down to $1.85. People are going to say in 2032 that whatever president is in charge at the time is the reason why gas went down to $1.85. But that's not the case. Once Donald Trump takes over Venezuela, uses that to get resources from Cuba, controls the strait, renegotiates oil delivery to China, where they're getting more money from China, that's going to be less that we got to pay for. Plus, we're mining in our own area. That's going to be less that we got to pay for to ship stuff from Afghanistan and Iraq to come over here, because it would have to go through the strait anyway to ship that oil, right? Everything will be cheaper for us, and then we're going to be in a position where our gas is going to get cheaper. The gas at the pump is going to be cheaper, right? So you're right, it is going to be way lower after all this conflict. But I had called around June, maybe July, if the conflict resolves itself, that the prices will start to go back down. Or it might level off for the summer because of the increase in travel. But then this coming winter, October, November, December, the prices will go down dramatically. It'll go from like almost $4 a gallon for regular gas, or $4.50, $4.75 for regular gas, all the way down to like $2.55 for regular gas. And people be like, oh shit, gas is cheap, right? Why rely on China, communist government? America has always, American big business has had a common value to save money on labor and sometimes parts and materials by outsourcing to cheaper countries. The same way Cuba is paying people $13 a week to work. Instead of paying an American $25 an hour, they can pay a Cuban $13 a week. That's the reason why they outsource their materials. So here's the second part. Communist government has been shamed by politics. But what you have to understand is that communist government is the shared distribution of resources. It's not treating people like shit. It is a government that shares its resources with its people. It doesn't matter how much or how little that you work. It's not 100% communist. There is a little bit of capitalism in there, but it's more communist than America. But America operates off of a lot of communist perspectives. The Democratic Party is, ironically, a communist model, because the 100% of the people put some type of capital into the United States government, and then the Democratic Party distributes it to the poor. That's what taxation is going to do. Everybody gets taxed, or most people gets taxed, and outside of tax exempts, the money that gets paid to the government from taxation goes towards government funding, food stamps, TANF programs, WIC programs, Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, disability, Social Security for people who's never worked, veterans benefits, and they give it back to the people who are currently not working for it. That's communism. You don't have to like it. That's just what it is. So instead of looking at communist government like, oh, they're a bunch of Nazi terrorists, you have to look at it what it financially is. It is the shared distribution of resources, even though a select few put in the effort to get it. Venezuela has low quality oil. No, Venezuela has a very thick oil that requires a large quantity of process. Cuba is next, I heard. Yes, sir. That's what we've been talking about for the last 2 hours and 20 minutes, is that Cuba is the next one on the list. California has high gas regardless. That's because California is a tourist spot. California is going to have high gas. California, New York is going to have high gas. Brooklyn, high gas. Is war in Iran good? That's what we've been talking about this whole show. The war in Iraq is not good for the middle class and low class income individuals. So the mid income level, the 50% of the population, anybody making less than about 75,000 a year, it's not good for you. Anybody making over 150,000 a year, it's perfectly fine for you, right? That's what we're talking about right now. He's at the art of the oil, though. Yes, sir. We have a commie. Yes, that exactly. We are in a communist situation. He said, communism relies on the poor for perpetual survival. That's not true. Communism is the distribution of resources. It's almost like Star Trek. That's a communist model. Everybody goes to work. Everybody gets what they need: food, clothes, whatever. But nobody gets paid for it, right? The Star Trek is a perfect communist model. They don't pay for their ship to get repaired. They just show up and it gets repaired. You know, they don't have to bargain with Starfleet in order to get resources to fill the ship. It's just given to them. The communist model is that the government distributes the resources to its people. Now, just like with capitalism, will the elites be able to control more of the resources than the working class? Probably so. That's the downside of a communist model. But the fact is that it doesn't matter how much or how little that you work, you're going to get a distribution of resources from somebody else, somebody else, and then that's going to put you in a different perspective. So take, for example, if we were in America right now, if your house was owned by your government, your car was owned by your government, your cell phone was owned by your government, and they brought you food every month, you didn't have to pay for anything, but you had to go to work every day. If you were disabled, you didn't have to work, but you would still get those same resources. The communist model is that you are issued from the government stuff. Communism never works historically because capitalists attack it, but I'm not a fan of Marxism. Well, communism does work. Capitalists attack the communist model because capitalists would have to give up all of the money that they're hoarding for a communist model. Because if everybody has the same, the people who have the most would have to give up the most. That's why the communist model is not ideal. But the people who have the least, think about it like this. Donald Trump and Elon Musk are two of the richest people in America right now, right? Imagine if they had to give $10 million to every American so that everybody had $10 million. Those billionaires would be pissed. Now, everybody else right now that's living from paycheck to paycheck would love to get $10 million. But the top 1% that controls everything in this country would be pissed off if they had to share their millions, their billions, with the other 99% of the population. That's why communism doesn't work. He said, remember me, bro? We were in the joint together. Nope, I don't remember you because I don't know what you're talking about. He said, my homies and I ran a train. Oh, okay. So you are going to get blocked because you are being ridiculous. Now, here we go. Unfortunately, we have children that come onto the show every now and again and find fun in heckling when we're sitting over here talking about a highly intellectual conversation. And unfortunately, we have to put people out. Now, Josh says, or no, Joseph says Cuba has great cigars. I will admit that. I ain't gonna lie, man. You can ride you a good blunt with some Cuban cigars. Communism promotes laziness. Well, no. Take Hong Kong, for example. They are primarily a communist. They do have some capitalism there, but they're a little bit communist. Now, in Hong Kong, it is a mandatory work scenario. You must go to work. but your boss must pay you to work. So your boss can't just fire you for no reason. That's one of the reasons why they have such good child care off. Like you can take a year off and get paid to stay at home, paid time off. Man and woman can take paid time off. You know, you have sick days and stuff to that effect. They send you home from work, you're still getting paid for the day. In America, they send you home. You stop getting paid when you stop working. The communist does not promote laziness. Communist promotes a mandatory requirement for you to receive. Now, the mandatory requirement for you to receive is coupled with the mandatory requirement for you to bring your ass to work. So your boss can't just fire you for the sake of firing you. Your boss is going to come to your house and come and get you and bring you to work. You see that shit on the anime and think, oh, you know, that's funny how his boss came and kicked his door in and drug him into work. I would have never gone to work because I'm an American. No, in Asia, they got to pay you to be at work. So since they have to pay you, whether you show up or not, they're going to come and get you, right? That's the difference. Who's going to make me work? That's a good question. The people who put you in jail for not behaving. That's what's going to happen. The government is going to incarcerate you for unpaid debt when because you're not going to always get money, but you're going to get the majority of it. Where the communism? So I already explained that communism works in China. It works in Hong Kong. It works in Indonesia, Vietnam. It works in a lot of countries. Imagine if you had to stand in what is that bread lines in New York City, man. Can you imagine? Well, shit. Look at all of the government workers that have not been paid to work for the last 2 months. They're standing in bread lines in New York City. They're standing in bread lines in Washington D.C. They over there at the food bank begging because they ain't got no more money. $10 million, they would still be broke. You ain't never lied, because they were going to buy them a whole collection of Jordans when they cheap. Social service does not inherently cause laziness. Exactly. Thank you very much, man. Thank you. Yeah. Ask the Cuban people how that communism is going. The communism is not going well over in Cuba, not because of the communist model. It's because Donald Trump cut off the oil reserve so they don't have resources to turn on lights, cook food, put gas in cars, run businesses, so people can't go to work because they don't have power. So it's not because of communism, it's because of the president shutting off their resources. Ask a veteran how that government health care is working for them. I have, and there are a lot of veterans that get better health care than the average American person, where the only people that's getting better health care than veterans are inmates because of the communist model. As God said, if you don't work and eat at my table, you gotta subscribe. Your partial reasoning is refreshing. I thank you very much. Make sure that you like and subscribe, and also you hit the reaction buttons while you're here on the show. That's all I have are impartial reasoning, because I'm not here on the red side. I'm not here on the blue side. I'm here from the side of the average individual that is negatively impacted by the lack of knowledge. So I'm here to spread knowledge to people who don't have knowledge, to make them think twice about where they're going to put their next dollar. I'm not here to protest the war. I'm not here to promote the war. I'm just here to say, hey, you can invest in some stocks because of the war and make you some money. And then, hey, you're going to spend a little bit more money this summer going to adventure islands in Florida and water parks that spend a lot of money on fuel and stuff. You're going to be paying a lot more money for the roller coasters that operate off of gas and electricity. You're going to be spending a lot more money on your vacations because of what's going on right now. You think it's a joke right now, but wait till that Caribbean cruise charge you $350 to go to the Bahamas for one person. It's going to be that high because they put the cost of fuel into the price of the ticket. I'm not going to sit here and talk about how, oh, so-and-so was wrong for their decision to do X, Y, and Z. I don't give a fuck about their decision because I'm not them and I don't control them. I control me, first person accountability. I control what I do. And then based on what's happening around me, I pivot around the things that I can't control. I can't control that world, but I can control where my money goes because of that war. He said, China, where were they willed your door for COVID? Well, I was doing deliveries during COVID. I was probably the most interactive person without a mask during COVID and didn't get COVID. So, I mean, it doesn't really matter where they were in China when COVID happened. Work is a four-letter word. I'm doing it now, and I'm not a fan. It's a derogatory term. um, how can we backroad around AI? I have a bachelor's degree, and I feel like I got it at the wrong time. Yeah, you fucked up, my dog. If you are working for the wrong tech company, because in October they fired a bunch of people in tech, about 250,000 people during the shutdown between October and November of 2025. So, and that was because they had created an AI software that replaced the workload of manual labor, and the companies fired all of the people responsible for making the program and only left enough people to run the program. So, getting into uh, uh, if your bachelor's degree wasn't in technology, it needs to be in technology, and more so to the magnitude of technology and engineering. So if you're in software maintenance, like um, coding, you will always find a job somewhere because you got to fix the glitches in the system. And where you're not coding, you're fixing the hardware. So you should probably have a dual major situation. If not, the best thing for you to do in our current economy is to put your money into stocks, bonds, real estate, gold, silver, platinum, uranium, all of the stocks that would potentially provide you with the capital. And here go a bunch of them right now that would provide you the capital to make money for you, so that when you retire out of whatever job you're doing right now, whether you're flipping burgers at McDonald's with a bachelor's degree or bartending at a club with a master's degree, when you decide to quit working, your money is making money for you. That's why I tell y'all gotta make money for you so that you can stop trying to work for somebody else. Because when machines mainstream the workforce, you're not gonna have a job, and you're not gonna be able to find another one because everybody doesn't have a job. He said it's Trump's fault. Cuba is a terrible country. It's Trump's fault that Cuba doesn't have the resources they need, but the country is terrible because of the economy that they have, the people in power, and the people that exist in the country that can't do anything about the people in power. You say you're not raccooning out, you're not race hating, not anti LGBT, not promoting BS, you're not a fence sitter, you're rational, and that's exactly what we do here on This and That, where we talk about this, that, and everything in between. It is only about how it is going to negatively impact you. First person accountability. There is no reason for me to do any of the other things that the other podcasts do. I'm the only podcast across 5 platforms that is operating like this, where you will learn from me. You will make better decisions because of the information I provide you. You're going to improve your money, the ability to make it, save it, invest it from me based on the information I give you. Alternatives, different observations, the ability to pivot and move in ways that you didn't think that existed, because this is public knowledge. But I culminated public knowledge because common knowledge is not all too common, because we have information overload, and we're now in a position where we don't even look for knowledge anymore. We just look for entertainment. You have fallen into a podcast that is nothing but knowledge and how that knowledge impacts you. And now with first person accountability, you change you. So if there's anything about your life that sucks, that's why it popped up on your For You page. I'm going to give you ways to change that. That's what I'm here for. And no other podcast is going to do that. Other podcasts are going to devalue women. Some are going to devalue men. Some are going to devalue Republicans. Some are going to devalue Democrats. Some are going to devalue the war. Some are going to devalue poor people. But I am going to tell you how to fix what you don't like about your life, so that you don't have to dislike your life anymore, so that you don't have to struggle anymore, so that you can grow old and live happier than what you used to live when you were younger before you got on this channel. That's something that no other podcast is going to give you, because I'm not just going to be a motivational speaker. I'm going to give you the blueprint on how to get there. Joseph says, oh yeah, we already covered that. He said, you would have been jailed in communist country for not wearing a mask. Well, no, because if I was in a communist country that required a mandatory mask, I would have probably not gone outside, or I probably would have chosen to wear a mask when it was mandatorily required. But in the United States, where I live, it wasn't mandatorily required. And I, during COVID, had direct contact with everybody who didn't want to leave their house. He said degree inflation is crazy. Having bachelor's like graduating from middle school 50 years ago. Bro, degree inflation is ridiculous because you need a degree to be a mascot at Disney World. You will need a bachelor's degree to clean toilets at a McDonald's coming soon, because the technology that they're putting in fast food restaurants are going to require you to know how to use the technology. Most places are requiring a bachelor's degree, even though the school does not teach you on the job experience. You would do better getting a trade from a trade school than going to a 4-year institution and getting a bachelor's degree, because a bachelor's degree says that you know how to read the books and retain the information. But the book smarts does not culminate to street smarts or real world application, and you're not taught real world application in college. You name a degree and I'm going to tell you what skills that they're not giving you in that degree, which you will only learn from on the job experience. He said, are you still paying on your college degree? Fuck no. I got mine deferred back in 2014, and it is permanently deferred because they sold my debt from the original debtor to a new creditor, and that person has never contacted me. So my contract to zero down payments every month, good standing payments, is permanent for the rest of my life as long as I do not contact the current debt holder. So no, I am not paying on my student loans. But if I wanted to boost my credit score up, then I could go and contact them and pay them $67,000 for student debt. But why? He said, you said uranium. Iran is trying to enrich it. Right. But you know what? Iran is not the only place that has uranium. And if the United States finish blowing up Iran, the United States can compel any remaining uranium to be provided to America for a dirt cheap cost. I said, you're the first podcast I actually want to be a guest on, Verdad. Well, we have the capabilities for you guys to click the link, approve the mic, approve the camera. You get brought on in real time. I request that the ladies are appropriately dressed because, I mean, you know, it is a live podcast. And it's there is that capabilities. We've had some people on. We've had Jesse on a couple times. We had Dylan on quite a few times. We had Max the Poser's dad, Joe, come on to the show a couple times when he was in his Airbnb house. He said, I'm retired and doing fine. Right, but you're retired after fiscal responsibility and you're doing fine. Funny thing about communism, anyone can own their own homes. In China, it's called a 70-year lease, and Chinese pay taxes just like in America. Exactly. You can do 50 to 150-year leases in the Philippines. You can't really own the property, but you can lease it out for an extended period of time. Can a man lesbian dance theory cost big bucks today? I don't know if you wrote that correctly. And I don't know what the lesbian dance theory is, so I can't really answer that question. He said, go get your CDL. That's another way to do it. If you learn how to drive a stick shift instead of everybody claiming that they know how to drive by holding the car on the road with the regular driver's license using an automatic car, you would easily be able to get you a CDL, because the first thing they're going to teach you how to do is shift gears. If you already know how to do that, you're 75% of the way of being a trucker. And then if you know how to make wide turns and back up the truck with the trailer on it, you got your CDL and you always got a job. I appreciate you for showing your support, Charlie. Wear a mask and cover ears because AI cameras, and I'm not a criminal. This world is weird. I don't need ads because I walk past Chipotle. But hey, look, okay, so with the technology, this is funny, Crow Kangaroo. The conversations that we're having right now on the podcast, live on the podcast. Once you get off this podcast, you start Google searching things. Iran is going to pop up. Israel's going to pop up. Venezuela's going to pop up. Oil's going to pop up. All kind of commercials related to those topics are going to be in your phone as ads, because your phone has been listening to us talk about these topics over the past 2 hours and 30 minutes. Your phone is data dumping the fact that you're on this podcast. You were put on this podcast deliberately by the YouTube algorithm because whatever you were looking at before this popped up on your For You page hinted that you would linger in this podcast if in the event that you caught this podcast while something important crossed your mind. And that's what ended up you coming here, and that's what's going to cause you to stay. And one of the funniest things is, yes, you do need to wear a mask, and you should not wear something that covers your ears where you cannot hear the environment around you, but you should have, like I have, the ones that are on the outside of your ears, and then have the regular mask over your face so that you can hear without damaging your eardrums with the internal sounds. And the other part about this is going to be crazy. Um, CCTV everywhere in the United States. CCTV very popular in Asia. Everybody has a camera. Most people's cars have a 24/7 automatic recording scenario that overwrites itself over a long period of time. So you can't go to a lot of places in another country and not be on Interpol's watch list. You can't go to a lot of places in America and not be on the U.S. watch list. They have now the devices on top of the squad cars where they're taking screenshots of everybody's license plates. That's why I back into a parking space up against a building or in front of a bush, because they're taking screenshots of your license plates and they're keeping it for 6 months to see where that license plate has gone in the last 6 months. And if your license plate was near a certain type of crime, they're coming to your house and asking you questions. Bro, you don't got to do nothing wrong these days. You ain't got to do nothing wrong these days. But you see over every traffic light, you see cameras. They're watching you. They're watching you. He said, not you, but the guy with the battery. Look, these algorithms are crazy. But see, one of the funniest things about this show is more people came to the show because I had no SEO tags on the show before the show aired. So the algorithm did not know who to show it to. Then, because we were lingering for 2 hours and 30 minutes, anything that you looked up that was related to the topic of today's show, they put you into this podcast. Now, because I'm not a hot chick with my cleavage showing, I only have people coming when other people are already here because we're talking about something that everybody is interested in. So I have to provide you guys with value in order for you to stay here. But had I been a hot 25-year-old chick with double D's and showing some cleavage, I would have 100,000 people in this channel on a regular basis, and I wouldn't have to say shit. It's crazy how the algorithm works. But this is what we have in society. This is what we have in society. Sex sells. So an attractive woman co-starring my podcast, she doesn't even have to have anything to say. I could just have a side-by-side for the long form and a side-by-side top and bottom for the 9x16, and just have a hot chick sitting in the background listening to what I've got to say. And all of a sudden, we would have 100,000 people in the show the entire time because there's a hot chick that you can see on the show. He said, I got pop-ups for Depends. Oh my God. Invest in them Depends. That's a good stock to get in. He said, this is the era of just being a good person. No, it ain't. This is the era of capitalism at its core. At its core. If you are not making money on stupidity, if you are not making money off of laziness, and if you are not making money off of chaos, capitalizing on the lack of satisfaction of somebody else, you are not making money. You are going to lose your job and lose your standard of living if you do not find somebody else's problem to profit off of. This is the true era of capitalism. He said, your phone is an ankle bracelet. They used to have the pagers that you could attach to your ankles. He said, I don't know exactly how algorithms work, but they brought me here. And now I'm here to stay. I'm like the power bill. I just keep coming back. You ain't never lied. I'm like a hemorrhoid, bro. I'm here every day of the week, no matter what you do. I'm at the top of the For You page and the bottom of the For You page. So if you scroll past me the first time thinking, oh, this ain't nothing, and 30 minutes later, 45 minutes later, you're back on my podcast like, is this dude still on? Yes, I am. And I technically have like 20 pages left of information that I haven't told you yet. She said, do C-Kips get the algorithm attention? If they're exposed, yes, they do. Yes, they do. Here's the problem with it. It's not my problem, but this is the problem with it. Men will stop to look at the woman. Women will stop to comment on the woman, whether they're complimenting her or insulting her. So because both men and women will stop to stare at a woman that is showing her cleavage, a woman will get twice as many views, if not 10 times more views than a man, because women don't stop on a channel where they don't like what the man is saying. Most men are mesmerized by the women dancing on the shows and stuff to that effect with the provocative outfits and stuff. But the men don't stop on a channel with other men unless the man makes sense. So 50% of men will stop and 1% of women will stop. And that's why 67% of this channel is male driven, which means that I would get far more views if my co host was a woman. And if it was a woman with knowledge, like for example, if Pearl, y'all know Pearl, if Pearl was on this show, that's a wrap. I would have so many people here. And she's modestly dressed. I would have so many people here if Pearl was on the show. Because all it takes is for a woman to be here. Then the men would stay because it's an educated woman. The women would stay because it's a woman. I'm just telling you, that's just how things work. He's like a gnat. Keep slapping, but keep missing. Interesting that a soul cave person, this is the era to make money, I suppose. It is. It is. Well, I would use my dog, but my dog get tired of sitting up here like a cat perched up on the back of the chair, and he ends up going, where is he right now? He's over there by the door laying down. Yeah, I'm talking about you. He over there by the door laying down right now. But the people that come for the animal, the animal's not in the show on a regular basis, so he's not always on my thing. Paint your dog like a zebra. No, he doesn't like that. He doesn't like that. But I should do some more shows with my dog on, so that he can get a lot more publicity, because part of the channel does have him wandering around society. But when you think about this, no, yeah. So Prokin girl, you have to recognize that it's a cave person mentality that you think about. But truth is that right now today, you're gonna think about places where money is made. Hospitality, service. You're doing for somebody what they don't want to do for themselves. Cooks cook for people who don't want to cook for themselves. Think about housekeepers. They clean houses for people who don't want to clean themselves. Mechanics, they fix cars for people who don't want to fix their own cars. Washing machines, dryers, dishwashers are created because people don't want to do the work. We now have social media, but originally we had videos that were replacing written articles, where people will watch a YouTube video on how to do something and listen to what somebody has to say about it instead of them reading the article about how to do the exact same thing. So many YouTube videos about how to fix your car, where there were owner's manuals that showed you how to fix your car, but nobody wants to read how to fix your car. So because people are lazier than they used to be 25 years ago, you have to find the pain points in other people's lives, where the stuff that people are going through, they don't want to deal with, and they will pay you to fix the problem. And that's where you're going to make your money from. So while it does seem a little bit cave-manish and somewhat a little bit archaic, it is in fact the era of capitalism, because it's not about she said gotta cough up those treats, your dog will stay. But he eat good, so he's not looking for no treats. He eat good. I cook for him every day, so he gets 3 square meals a day. He eats almost as much as I do. He eat good. He said, make him look like a Target dog. I don't know about a Target dog. He'll look like Air Bud. If you have a truck stop, never buy clean truck windows. But that's the thing. If you go to a truck stop and you get paid to clean the windows, like if there's ever a pain point where somebody is willing to pay for something to be done, parents pay for nannies so that somebody can watch the kids, babysitters or whatever. People pay landscapers to cut the grass because the grass needs to be cut. They don't want to pay their HOA fines. We pay tax agents to do our taxes for us because we don't want to learn the tax code and do our own taxes. But our parents and our grandparents used to do their own taxes 25 years ago. And then H&R Block and TurboTax is like, oh, hey, we'll do it for you. We'll do all the hard stuff for you. Just plug and play, right? Because we're lazy. So 2026, this is 2025, when the man got into office, this was going to be 4 years of literal capitalism, because AI is going to replace manual labor. Machines are going to replace physical labor. And the only thing left is going to be education. And once that gets replaced by AI, you have medicine, medicine and sales. So while restaurants are replacing the 70% of the kitchen, you see McDonald's, Wendy's now have kiosks in front of the register where you can order your own food. They don't even have to come to the thing and take your order. You're looking at the they're replacing manual workers. Walmart for the longest period of time had more self checkout than it had actual registers. I don't know what changed, but they started putting more registers back. I think because a lot of people was getting away with stealing from self checkout, that they put more registers down. But they now have more registers than what they used to over a year ago, and it's all about convenience. Is that we're existence? Yes, your dog is perfect sidekick. He is. He's a chick magnet. But they're only interested in a dog. They're not interested in me. Let's double back to the topic though, because the grand strategy that we were talking about for the last couple of hours, for the last 3 hours. Wow, I wasn't expecting this to run 3 hours. The grand strategy is not an abstract foreign policy exercise. It is a high stakes gamble where the chips are global energy supplies and the results are measured directly in your bank account. And there are two very different potential futures. One, where well positioned insiders reap enormous profits, and another where the average American family bears the brunt of a severe economic crisis. And that's what I was bringing this today's show up. She says, we're at the earliest stages of the Matrix and Isaac Amzi's iRobot. I agree. Donald Trump, not Donald Trump, what was the name of that company? There was a company that was just now in a contract with the Pentagon and Amnesty or Atrophy. I can't remember the name of the company, but they just lost a $200 million contract because their algorithm, we just talked about this a couple of weeks ago, their algorithm was an AI system that could run military equipment automatically without human involvement. And they didn't want their technology to just control the government's military where there was no human influence to push the red button or whatever. And that stopped us from having Terminator 2 happen. Because as soon as you take artificial intelligence and put it in control of military and government, that's when you have the Matrix, iRobot, and Terminator, the Sarah Jane Chronicles, where they're taking over the local government. You've seen Elon Musk create those robots that are humanoid style robots. You make those police officers, connect them to the grid where they're internationally connected to the military and everything to that effect. Now you have exactly Terminator, RoboCop. Y'all remember RoboCop from the 90s, from the 80s and 90s? You have RoboCop. It's just not a cyborg where it's half human, half machine. It is 100% machine with no remorse. He said Crow is smart. I can hike my leg, DARPA. Pantler or DARPA, I don't know. They're always developing stuff. No, not those. It was it started with an A. And Entropy or something to that effect. I covered it, like I said, I covered it a few weeks ago. They got replaced with OpenAI. OpenAI took over. And this was the company that Nvidia was doing the contract with when Nvidia just did its last quarterly review earlier this month. And because that Entropy, I think is what it's called, they got taken out and OpenAI got put in. And now Nvidia is contracted with OpenAI instead. But Palantir and DARPA are two of the major companies, but they weren't contracted with the Pentagon. They were just major AI companies. Anthropic, yes. Yeah, that guy. That's the one. They were the ones that were supposed to be going with, because they just created a software that functions on its own and handles all of the regular operations of the program. which would aid in programmers being able to focus on enhancements instead of regular maintenance, and that would expedite manual labor because the machine would do the regular maintenance and the people could do other things. Well, the US was like, shit, well, let's put this in the military, where when drone strikes need to happen, the machine can do the drone strikes. And Anthropic was like, hell no, we're not we're not doing that. And the contract folded, right? And OpenAI came in and said, well, you can use our stuff. Our stuff doesn't function like that, but we're going to talk about this automatic drone strike thing. So they have an open negotiation situation. But Anthropic had a closed policy where they were like, no, that their technology cannot be attached to any software that can allow for military strikes without human involvement. No governmental actions without human involvement. And that just killed the whole deal. So today's topic was supposed to be, yeah, it's terrifying, because the Pentagon was like, no, fuck that, put it into play. We want to be able to be sipping Mai Tais in Bermuda and having Iran being blown up by, Arnold Schwarzenegger. And I'm sitting over here thinking like, bro, that's a good idea until you become the target of the AI, because the AI has no allies. Artificial intelligence has no allies. Its core directive is to perform certain tasks. And if that task is to eliminate a threat, be it foreign or domestic, you have to start thinking about how you domestically can be perceived as a threat by that machine, and it will eliminate you. That is a problem. iRobot, they had a dynamic that said the machines could not attack humans. That only works in situations where the machines are caretakers, nurses, babysitters, cashiers, cleaners, mechanics, where they're not doing anything in the military. As soon as you put a machine in the military where it is attacking human beings, that machine does not have jurisdictional loyalty. Because if the machine, just like on Terminator, comes to the observation, Skynet comes to the observation that the best way to bring peace to the world is to eliminate all world powers, guess what they do? Nuke everybody. That's how you eliminate all the world powers. And that's how Terminator started. I said, 2 years ago, that if they don't watch out, that Skynet is going to have Tesla on its chest and Digitech on its ass and Boston Dynamic on its hip side, where the three major tech companies that are making artificial machines that look like humans is going to obliterate humanity. And it doesn't necessarily have to obliterate humanity through war. It can obliterate humanity by social distancing, because the AIs that are being made right now, the humanoid AIs that are being made right now, are made to replace women, because women do not cooperate with men with the feminist movement. The third generation of robots is going to be male AIs for the women who can't find a man, because men are paying $150,000 a robot to date a female robot. So then you're going to have human women dating robot men and human men dating robot women, and artificial intelligence being created to replace childbirth via IV, whatever, artificial insemination and everything like that. And you're going to end up with human cloning and the GMOs, the genetically modified humanoids, where you be able to pick the traits that you want your child to look like and create your kid. And all of a sudden you have, I forgot the name of that other show, where the perfect human is made every time. It's the collapse of the human race. Look at what's happening in Asia right now. The reason why they have population control, where all of the countries in Asia are offering incentives for childbirth, is because they have had a model of childbirth restrictions, which is crazy. That's not the case. Them restricting childbirth for so long, now they have a 40-year gap between the old folks and the young folks. When the old folks die, there's going to be 30 years of young folks not knowing what the fuck to do. The country could potentially collapse. That's one of the reasons why they're incentivizing childbirth. What America did to incentivize childbirth, because everybody in America as a whole, what America did was put a stop to abortion. 40% of of unnecessary lost lives are now replaced by the abolishment of abortion. So America doesn't have to pay American people to give birth. America just has to stop them from giving abortions. But we have a population control problem, right? Even though we are one of the most dangerous countries around the globe, where more people die per second than anywhere else in the world, the fact is that we can increase our population simply by getting rid of contraceptives and birth control, plain and simple. But that still allows us to maintain capitalism. She said 2020 60 rule, 20% are good, 20% are indifferent, 60% are indifferent in every avenue of life. Black, white, Latin, gay, straight, poor, or a CEO. But that is a country divided. And you realize that the CEO has the most control. So you start off with I said before, racism is dead and social classism runs wild. People disagree with me. They want to say no, that's not true. Okay, well, money rules the world, not race. Money. It just so happens that because you're in a poor economy and you have a dark tan, that you're going to be treated like shit because you're poor, not because you got a tan. You understand? People are going to say, "Oh, well, they're discriminating against me because I'm Latin American." No, they're treating you like shit because 200,000 people per month was coming into this country from Mexico, so they're looking for everybody that looks Mexican to deport everybody that looks Mexican. But they're not just deporting Mexicans. They're deporting Americans who renounce their citizenship also. So they're looking for white American men. They're looking for black people. They're looking for Latin American people. They're going to get rid of everybody who doesn't have a U.S. passport. They're not just going to stop with the Mexicans, but it's easy to find a Mexican. If you have a white, a Mexican, and a black man walk into a bar, at least one of them is going to get ID'd. You're guaranteed. ICE is going to talk to 2 out of 3 of those people, guaranteed. So the fact is that it's not racism, it's social classism. You go into crime-ridden neighborhoods, it's the financially challenged neighborhood. It just so happens that 60% of it is black people, but the white people get shot in a traffic stop. White women got beat on the side of an interstate while pregnant. Black women got shot in a house with a police coming to her aid, apparently, and she got murdered in her house. The woman that got shot by ICE, that wasn't a black person. That wasn't a Mexican person. The black guy the other white guy that got shot by ICE, that wasn't a black person. That wasn't a Mexican person. Those were white Americans that got murdered by ICE agents. We do not have racial bias anymore. We have social classism. Social classism, if you don't dress a certain way, you're not getting in the dress code. If you're not capable of spending a certain quantity of money, you can't get in. They price gouging. You go to certain restaurants, certain five-star restaurants, the minimum price of the food there is usually $50 to $100 a plate. If you can't afford to pay the bill, you can't eat here. Dress codes. They're not going to say you can't come here because you're a thug. They're not going to say that you can't come here because you're black or Latino. They're going to say that you can't come here because the dress code is suits only. You come with a white tee, jeans, and some Jordans on, they're not letting you in the building. Not because of who you are, not because of what you look like, because of the clothes you're wearing. If you take off the Lil Wayne attire and put on a James Bond suit, they will walk you right on in there, tattoos all over your face like Kevin Gates. They'll take you right on in the front gate. Why? Because if you look like class, they will bring you into the building. If you carry yourself with low class, they will keep you outside. Plain and simple. It is not about race anymore. It is about social classism. But we're going to teach each other it's about race. After we teach each other it's about race, now light-skinned black people are going to treat dark-skinned black people like garbage and vice versa. Latins are going to treat Dominicans and other such people like garbage, and Cubans are going to treat other such people like garbage, and Americans are going to treat non-Americans like garbage, and everybody's treating each other bad, but everybody's fucking broke. The 1% of America who could give 2 shits if you're broke, if you've got money to invest on my deal and we can all get paid, let's do business together. Only 1% of America knows that it is about financial success. It is not about what you look like or what I look like. It's not about how much more you have than what I do, because you can have more than me. But if you can put in enough on this deal where when I put my share up that we both can get paid, at the end of the day, we both got paid. Doesn't matter if I get all of it or if I get 10%. If my cut is 10%, that's my cut. A lot of us have lifestyle creep because all of your homegirls is going to cruise ships and shit like that. So you want to go on a cruise ship too. But if you was investing in your man and y'all put y'all money together and lived off of 50% or less of your income and invested the other 50%, y'all could be a millionaire in 10 years where y'all could travel the world on a regular basis instead of only going to the Bahamas once every 5 years. The difference between financial responsibility and irresponsibility is living up to the Joneses, keeping up with the Jeffersons, charging it to the Underhills, where you're spending more money than you have to impress society. And society isn't impressed with your spending. Society is not impressed with your spending. Broke people are impressed with what you spent your money on. Broke-minded people are impressed with what you spent your money on. Rich people don't. Rich people look at that like that was a bad investment. If you are catching a bus and you got a $53,000 Rolex on your wrist, a rich person would say that you've got 6 cars on your wrist. Why the fuck did you waste your money on that? You could have bought one car and put the other 40 grand somewhere else. Steven says, I could have never eat there. 10 million. I was still not spend that much per plate. Some people won't, but that's how they keep people out. Instead of saying you're not welcome here because you're black, I mean, if you can't afford $75 a plate, you can't eat here. So a black person that has 5 kids and they're trying to go to Denny's with all you can eat, they're going to go there with the buffet at Golden Corral. They're going to go to the Golden Corral or the family night with the discounts because they can't afford to feed all them kids with the limited budget that they have. And that's the reason why they end up in a situation where you're not going to see a family of 5 with a bunch of bad kids in a 5-star restaurant because they can't afford it. Oh, okay, I see it. I know that there was a typo. Why do you delete the truthful comments? Scared? No, I delete the inappropriate comments that are derogatory and devaluing of individuals. I only deleted one comment so far today, and that was from Crankman, who was making a devaluing comment that had no bearing on today's topic, that was completely untrue and unrealistic. So since it was, first of all, we have community guidelines. So we're not supposed to utilize any type of hate speech for anybody else. Not me, not anyone else in the show. And the stuff that I talk about on the show is not about the individual people, whether I like them or dislike them. It is about how stuff happens around the world that impacts your money. That's what we're talking about. So in this topic, when we start talking about how what's happening in Venezuela, what's happening in Cuba, what's happening in Iran, what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz is negatively impacting how much money you spend at the gas pump, how much money you spend at the grocery store, how much you're buying your clothes from when the stuff you buy from China is costing you more money in America, and then somebody comes up and says something derogatory and devaluing, I'm going to block them because at the end of the day, that's inappropriate. If they're going to stay on topic and we're going to talk about what we're talking about the weight thing, because I got about 14 more pages worth of information about how this is going to impact your wallet. So if somebody comes up and starts talking about something devaluing, I'm going to block them. Even you, if you've been here for a while, but if you came up and started talking about something devaluing to an individual, I would block, because that is the part I have a problem with. You can disagree with me. You can put up facts just like Charlie did. And he was here the whole show. I did not. Charlie was talking. I don't know if he's still here, but Charlie was here for a long period of time, and he's still here. I didn't block him at all because I don't have to agree with you in order for you to put your opinion up on the show. You just have to put your opinion up appropriately about an appropriate topic. Is that some people believe experience is more important than saving and sacrificing. I don't know which one is best. Well, okay, I do believe that you should be able to have a life of experience, but I also believe that you should build your financial stability first and then have experience. Think about it like this, Crow Girl. Would you have more experiences in life with a $30,000 a year income living from check to check? Or would you have more experiences in life with $1 million brokerage account paying you $130,000 or $180,000 a year, where you're living off of $40,000 of that, where you technically would have $120,000 a year to spend on living life? If you believe the latter is better, the reason why I tell people, instead of living your life to the fullest off of the pennies left over after paying your bills, you should put all of your extra money into building generational wealth so that the last 25% of your life can be better than the first 75. The difference between the two is, one, you struggle your whole life and you try to find little areas of relief along the way, and the other, you only have to struggle for a short portion of your life, typically 20 years out of the whole life. Because from the time you start doing it right until you reach your 20-year plan, you will find yourself successful. And if you have a partner doing it with you, you'll find yourself successful in 10 years. Would it make more sense to have a 30-year marriage living paycheck to paycheck, or would it make more sense living a minimalist lifestyle for 10 years and then spending 30 years flying around the world, whatever you need, brand new cars, cash up front, owning your own house, and having the type of lifestyle that you always dreamed of by earning it through saving and investing, instead of wasting every additional dollar that you have on clubbing and buying expensive outfits to be hit on by guys that you don't like because they're spending money on you. Putting out for guys who spend too much money on you and they're not going to spend any more money on you until you put out. All of these things is going to change the dynamic of how you get attention and how you find yourself successful. But when you think about what we're talking about today, in 15 to 20 years, it is going to be harder for you as a middle-aged woman right now, being able to, at 55 to 60 years old, to make money for yourself. And at that age, it is going to be harder for you to be able to change jobs or build retirement at 65 years old. You are going to find yourself in a harder situation if you don't build that wealth now. That's why I talk about it. That's why I say you got to build the money up first. My guy says you put Trump's name in the title. That doesn't mean anything. Is it hate speech to talk about someone's history? Let us talk about the damage he's done. I mean, if you want to talk about, I don't really understand what damage has Trump done to the economy as it stands right now since 2025, because I've been covering everything that he's done. Because when he did the taxation where you don't hold on, we got to change microphones. I've been on here too long. Give me, and then making sure that we still got the other one hooked up. There it is. Now we got the new mic back on. What comment? He said the opportunity experience, just going with the flow, can be spectacular and perhaps dangerous. Saving, investments, and planning is control driven motivation, but important that you can miss out though. Well, okay, a lot of the stuff that I give you guys, a lot of the stuff that gives you guys information about how to live a reasonable, because I'm not asking you guys to live off of ramen noodles for 10 years and never do anything. Okay, that's not what I tell you guys. What I tell you guys, hold on a second. Let me help this guy understand what's going on. He says you keep hiding my comments. I'm not hiding anything. YouTube is restricting some of your comments because your comments are inappropriate. I am not touching anything. You see, my hands are way over here. I only block one person a day. I don't even know what comments you're talking about because it didn't come up. YouTube is blocking your comments. And that means that you got to be careful about what you're trying to say, because whatever it is that you're trying to say might have YouTube terminate your account because YouTube is blocking your comments. I have nothing to do with that. The comments come up on, if the comment goes in the comment section where it is clearly seen in the comment section, that is a comment that is I'm manually removing. But if it's not even in the comment section, that's because YouTube is stopping your comments. I got nothing to do with that. So be careful with what you're putting in the comment section. Any derogatory or negative comments, the community guidelines blocks and bans that information. He said,
So back to your opportunity cap, your opportunities. Going with the flow is extremely dangerous because you can allow yourself to be put in a situation that becomes out of your control. And once it becomes out of your control, it'll put you in a situation where you now have to reap the consequences of a series of decisions or a series of lack of decisions. Being prepared, planning, control driven motivation is important because you don't have to miss out on everything, but you have to choose strategically what things you want to benefit from. The what I teach you guys is because, for example, if you live off of, say, 30% of your income, that's your basic standard of living. If you had 20% of your income to waste on living life, going with the flow, and investing the other 50% of your income, you would still have 20% of your income to do whatever it is that you want to do. So let's say that you had a $50,000 a year lifestyle. 20% of that lifestyle, likely about 10 or probably around $10,000 of that, right, would be able to be wasted on frivolous things. Out of your $50,000 a year income, if about 30% of it, which should be closer to about 25,000 of it, is your standard of living, and the remaining 15,000 of it is invested in a brokerage account, you're likely to get by yourself a $300,000 brokerage account in about 10 years, 600 to $700,000 brokerage account in 20 years, where you would be getting more back at like 15%. You'd be upward of 60 or 70,000 a year that you'll be getting back off of that brokerage account, where you still have $10,000 a year to waste, but that requires you to live at 30% of your income for your base standard of living. If you found a partner that was also making 50,000 a year and the two of y'all are making 100,000 a year together, if you wanted to lifestyle creep and now live a $60,000 a year lifestyle with $20,000 a year to waste, you still would have $30,000 a year to put into a brokerage account, where you would still be making $1 million inside of 10 years. You would be $1.5 million inside of 2 years. You would be able to waste $20,000 a year on bullshit, still have a $60,000 a year standard of living, which is middle class, because comfortable standard of living is about 69,000 to 72,000 a year. So it is possible. You don't need $100,000 a year man to make this happen. You need to be a minimalist living lifestyle where you're not wasting your money on luxury, wasting your money on name brands, wasting your money on impressing other people with the stuff that you bought, and only buy the stuff that you value, the stuff that is durable, the stuff that you're going to use on a regular basis. Every time a woman buys an outfit for one occasion and never wears it again, that's a waste of money. If she can buy an outfit that she can wear every week, if she can buy an outfit that she can wear 30 times a year, every year, that is an investment. Women spend money on hair that they glue to their scalp for 6 weeks and then they take it off and throw it in the trash. That's a waste of money. If you style your natural hair is always going to be there. Your natural hair will grow a lot further if you wasn't removing your hair out of your head. It is what it is. You know, you say history is history. It's not hate speech. It is hard for some to distinguish if you are talking about some that is negative about the history of the race, even if it's valid. Okay, no. So here's the thing: hate speech is when you talk about how you hate somebody else, or a or if you are making a stereotypical negative comment about a specific group of individuals. Community guidelines prohibits that. So you're not supposed to do that. Now, I mean, I can say that I hate Xbox over or hate PlayStation over Xbox, but that's not talking about a specific person. If I start talking about hypothetically hating fat women, that would be hate speech. See what I'm saying? If I was calling certain people ain't shit people, that would be a form of hate speech, and that's one of the reasons why we don't go there. She said you can invest 6,000 and get that back on a tax return if you fail. Correct me if I'm wrong. We should all invest. If you lose $3,500 of the money in your investment, you can get that back on your tax return. But if you invest in a lot of the stocks you see and going across the top of the screen, those are dividend paying stocks. If you buy and hold those stocks instead of selling stocks, you don't lose the stocks. The share price will change value, but as long as those companies stay open, you're going to get paid from those companies. When the stock loses value, if you buy back into the stock at the point where it dips, you're getting the stock at a cheaper price than what you would have when the stock was higher, which allows you to buy more shares at a cheaper price, which allows you to get more dividends. All people should invest. You should teach your children how to invest at 8, 9, 10 years old. The reason why Donald Trump created the Trump account, which is another good thing that benefited the country, is if you teach your children how to invest, you start investing in your kids from their birth until they're 18. They should have enough money to buy their first house or pay for their college education or start up on their first business without having to use their credit score to borrow money getting started. They can hit the ground running with their own capital backing their decisions. I've done 3 to 5 shows teaching you guys how to teach your kids how to be financially responsible before they're 18, how to invest before they're 18, so that they can make mistakes under the protection of their parents' money and learn from those mistakes at a younger age so that they can be fiscally responsible at 20 and 25 instead of making bad financial decisions between 20 and 30 and then fixing those fuck ups between 30 and 40 and now being financially stable between 45 and 55, which is what the rest of us did. The rest of us, trial and error, school of hard knocks, fucked it up. And then we went to a situation where we learned from making mistakes. We learned from losing money. We learned from buying the wrong stuff. We learned from paying for friends. We learned from loaning out too much money or giving away too much stuff. And then we started being more fiscally responsible. I just culminated all that information onto the show to help you guys understand that we could live so much better, so much less stress if we paid attention to the things that matter. And that's one of the reasons why when I talk about the stuff that I talk about on the show, it is strictly about the money because your retirement at 75 years old is going to be based on how many bills are being paid on your behalf from whatever source of money that you're going to have at that time. You're not going to be able to have a standard of living paying for you at 70 years old if you don't set that up. Social Security is giving $800 a month. If you have Social Security disability, they might give you $2,000 a month. If you have veterans benefits, they might give you $1,000 a month. If you have high ranking and you didn't die in battle, you might get $10,000 a month. But that's a whole lifetime of military service in order for you to get that kind of money. The average individual that's doing a small service, a small quantity of service, 1 or 2 terms, they might get $1,000 to $2,000 a month. So between your Social Security disability and your veterans benefits, you're looking at $2,000 to $3,000 a month. The average American does not make that kind of standard of living. The average American does not have house, car, phone bill, everything paid with $24,000 a year. A lot of us are spending 65, 70,000 a year to live paycheck to paycheck. That's why I teach you guys better ways to live. He said, weak to use a PDF name in your title. He is guilt of gripe and it ruins our image internationally. It degrades our diplomacy. This has a negative impact on the economy. Well, whose PDF name is in your title? I don't understand what you're talking about, my guy. Um, Donald Trump has a PDF name that is griping over. I don't understand what you're talking about. What's degrading our diplomacy? Because it sounds to me like you're bitter about something, and I don't understand what you're bitter about. If he throws up one more inappropriate, I let him slide because I want to see what he's got to say. I'm interested in the thoughts and opinions of others, as long as they are opinions that are about the topic or interesting, like what Crowd Girl is doing with questions and answers and intellectual discussion. But I mean, if you're about to start devaluing other people for any reason. I mean, bro, you'll end up being blocked off the show. I got some trolls that will come to the show and they will linger on the show for a while. And I guess they feel like if they build my trust, they can start talking reckless on the channel. But I show no remorse for blocking a paid member off of the show if they start talking too reckless on the show. So you can't say that you've been here for 10 or 15 or 20 shows. You can't tell me that you're a day one member where you started in 2023 and now you're starting to talk reckless and I'm supposed to allow you to stay on the show. No. If I start looking at your comments and your comments do slide by and they start becoming inappropriate, I promise you, you won't be able to come back to the show. You're going to have to create a false identity and come back to the show with a different email because I blocked the whole email from this channel. You're not even going to be able to make another email and come back to this from a different name, from a different YouTube channel. You're going to be blocked. Your whole email gets blocked from here when you start becoming derogatory because we're about learning and sharing information. So anybody who has knowledge, if you got knowledge that I don't have, by all means, bring it to the show. I love sharing knowledge. I love sharing knowledge about all topics. But as soon as people start becoming degrading and devaluing, when the comment section stops being pleasant because a specific individual is talking reckless, at that point, I got to get rid of them because I'm not going to let the show go under for the sake of one individual being negative. That's my perspective. But I like to help give you guys insight on how to think about it from a different perspective. Because if you think about it from a different perspective, you're going to gain certain types of insight to be like, oh, dip. Like for example, Crow Girl, if it, before I explain to you how you could still live a reasonable life, still be able to meet those expectations of entertainment, and still be able to take half of your income and put it away for your retirement. Before I told you that, you never thought that was possible. But once I told you that, if it's like, well, shit, all it takes is instead of me buying that 5 bedroom house and trying to run it by myself, I can do a 1 bedroom apartment. My cost of living is cheaper now. Instead of financing a G Wagon, I can own a cash car. The cost of living is cheaper. And now that the cost of living is cheaper, I can still take $5,000 a year and travel the world 2 to 3 times a year and still put 50% of my income away and still be a millionaire. It's about doing it different. That's what I'm talking about. So instead of living from paycheck to paycheck the way you always used to be, you're now changing the way you put money away so that you can build for your vacations, you can build for early retirement, you can build for injuries, you can build for emergencies, you can build for 2 months worth of unpaid leave if you're a federal agent, you can build for the future, which makes it easier for you to live life going through the motions, going through the flow, just existing because you built the financial security, the financial freedom. You no longer have to show up for work. You go to work because you feel like it. I know a lot of y'all have this mentality. I get paid for my presence. And if I work, you're lucky. You can only have that behavior if you don't need this job. Your boss threatened to fire you. I dare you to fire me. I get paid to stay home. I came here because I'm bored. That attitude cannot exist if you need this job. All right, let's see what he's got to say. He said the rate of growth has slowed. In 2024, real GDP growth was recorded at 2.8%. However, by the end of 2025, annual growth had decelerated to 2.1. Yes, that's true. Yes, that's true. GDP growth is stagnant because of the tariffs that happened in February and March, and then more tariffs that happened in August and September. Yeah, GDP growth has stagnated. Early data for 2026 shows that the trend continuing with the fourth quarter of 2025 expanding at an annualized rate of only 1.4% and the slowest pace in existence in the last several quarters. Yes, that is true. I also cover the fact that the the tariffs is what's covering the deficit. So, I mean, as much as it sucks, the low increase in GDP is going to have a long-term 20-year plan of improvement. Him being able to change the way the FICO scores are run allows for individuals to now be able to buy houses a lot faster than what they used to back in the day because your medical bills are no longer on your credit report. Your FICO score is now going to be including your annual payments of your rent, light, gas, and water, basic utilities that used to not be covered on your Vantage 4 and Vantage 2 scores. He also is talking about putting a cap on credit cards from a variable rate to a fixed rate of 10%. The Trump accounts, he did that. He did the no tax on your tips and no taxes on your overtime, where you're now getting back way more money in 2025 than what you was getting any year before that, which is better than getting a stimulus check, because instead of him giving you a fish and feeding you for a day, he's teaching you how to fish, which feeds you for life. So instead of taking that massive tax return that you're going to get in 2025 and wasting it on partying like a rock star, fix your car, pay off your mortgage, or pay off your car completely to get rid of that bill, and then take the rest of the money and invest it somewhere so that you can have that money making money for you for the remainder of your existence, instead of wasting it all. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people are going to get their income tax refund and buy Gucci outfits, Prada. They're going to buy Jordans, the latest edition. They're going to be overspending. They're going to be clubbing. They're going to be drinks on me. They're going to be, let's go on a trip. They're going to be, let me buy my girlfriend an expensive diamond ring or an expensive necklace or whatever the case may be. And by the end of summer, they're going to be broke as fuck because they wasted all the money that was given to them. So, yeah, the changes that he's making is having a nasty impact. And I'm about to cover that. I'm about to cover that. I am no way sitting here about to say that he's the best thing that's ever happened to America. I'm about to show how the average poor person is about to get fucked by the tariffs. They're about to get fucked by the high oil prices. They're about to get fucked by the inflation that's going to happen from the war that's happening. But that is immediate negative impacts that's happening, not the long term 20-year growth that's going to happen after the fact. He's got further more information. He said, well, the 2024 law, the unemployment rate sat near historic lows, uh, and around 4%. In current status, March of 2026, the rate has climbed 4.3%. And that 3%, that 0.3% was not Donald Trump. That 0.3% was the tech companies firing 250,000 people based on their ability to not need them no more. That wasn't Donald Trump. That was a tech company. Amazon, 200,000 employees gone because they got robots in the warehouse. Starbucks, unionized. I mean, bro, you're trying to blame the president for stuff that people are doing while the president is in office. He said, with some forecasts from the Federal Reserve and private economists projecting it to reach 4.5% by the end of the year. Yeah, it's going to reach 4.5% by the end of the year because fast food restaurants are going to fire employees and replace them with machines. There are about 200,000 restaurants had replaced their kitchen crew with machines. McDonald's now has a machine that cooks the burgers for you in the back. They have cashier, the kiosks are replacing the cashiers in the front. Walmart, like I told you before, had a bunch of self-service scenarios which got rid of a large majority of cashiers that used to have a cashier at every register. You had 34 registers, you had 34 employees cashing you out. Now you have 3 employees cashing you out and 2 people watching 19 registers for self checkout because they're replacing employees with machines. That 0.5% is not the president. That 0.5% is big business reducing the cost of labor to maintain profits to offset the increase of cost of the material to create the supply. Tariffs are going to increase the cost of getting the supplies in, and they're going to reduce the cost of labor by reducing the quantity of employees. The mandatory increase in labor. Each president, every so often, orders for an increase in mandatory living wage. Not even living wage, working wage, which is a third of living wage. They order a mandatory increase of working wage. And while working wage is supposed to make it to $25 an hour coming soon, as it gets closer to $25 an hour, big business is reducing the quantity of need of manual labor. That's not the president doing that. That's big business. That's capitalism. The national debt has continued to climb at an aggressive pace, crossing the $39 trillion threshold in March of 2026. Doesn't change anything. Uh, he just copied and pasted the whole internet up here, I guess. Interest burden higher. Interest rates have made servicing this debt more expensive, which he's going to service the debt with the tariffs. He said net interest has as a share of federal outlays is forecast to reach nearly 14%. The net interest, I don't know where you're getting the net interest from for the what is that for the Federal Reserve? What are you talking about with the net interest? Is that meeting the large portion of the budget is being diverted away from programs and infrastructure to simply pay interest on existing loans. Yes, I agree with that. He is diverting away from government programs that were put in place by Republicans, which means that the financially challenged, the low income individuals, the middle and lower class individuals that benefited from those programs are no longer going to be accessible as much as they used to. Food stamps are going to be harder to come by. WIC and TANF is going to be harder to come by. You're going to see Medicaid and Medicare is going to be harder to come by. Disability is going to be harder to get approved for. And anybody who's already in the system is likely to keep being in the system, not food stamps. Food stamps are going to cut off more people. But if you're already in the disability program or you're already in the veterans program, you're going to keep getting paid for it. They're not going to necessarily kick you out of the program, but it's going to be harder for more people to get approved. They are going to put it more towards loans, but Donald Trump did put a cap on student loans to $200,000, where we used to not have a cap on it. People used to keep taking out loans, and as long as you kept going to college more than 6 credits, you could defer those loans for the rest of your life. They removed all of that information. I mean, they removed all of those opportunities, so they shut everything down, which also means that we're in a position where, yeah, he's making the kind of changes that prevents failure. He's putting a limit where you're not going to waste a bunch of money, so that you don't have enough money to you don't have so much debt coming out of college, because you're not even allowed to generate that debt. He's You're redirected to earning your own keep. So you're not going to be able to live off the system and get a bunch of money off the system, because you're going to have to earn your way. You're not going to be able to ride the waves of Social Security and food stamps and all this other stuff just because you got 12 kids. You're going to have to get you a job, because they're not going to pay you for all of that. That's what you got to understand. You say, well, you're not wrong. It's scary how fast these changes happen. I understand the host reasoning. Yeah, well, he's not he's not understanding the dynamic of how the changes that are happening right now have negative impacts on you right now, and they do. But what he doesn't understand, the mic drop moment that I was telling him before, is that what is being set in stone right now is a 20-year plan of success. The people who are born in 2025 and 2026, 2027, 2028, their 20-year plan. I keep telling y'all about this. Build a 20-year plan. Their 20-year plan. If you teach those children financial success when they're 20, they should be successful. If you change the way you make decisions over the next 20 years, your credit score is only going to hold debt for 7 to 10. If you fix your credit score in 10 years, you should be able to buy yourself a house if you can't buy one now. We just covered a program last week Tuesday about the NACA program that can help people with less than a 600 credit score buy themselves a house. I covered the different ways that you can fix your credit score and fix your debt so that you can go and buy yourself a house. I told you how two people can come together and boost their credit score up by alternating who gets a credit card and add each other to the credit card debt as authorized users, so that you guys can double your credit scores and improve your credit availability while lowering your credit utilization, which allows you to be able to qualify for buying more stuff. But then I also taught you about how to invest in yourself and only buy the things that mean something to you. So, I mean, yeah, it's game over, not because you copied the internet and put it up into the comment section, but specifically because what you're not paying attention to is that while the man is not doing anything that's based off of racial bias, the man is making changes that hurts us today, but it's supposed to benefit us in 15 to 20 years. I'm going to be around 15 to 20 years from now to see if it benefits us, and I'm going to be covering it the whole way. But I'm showing you guys along the way, while the world is changing dramatically and not always changing for the better, I'm showing you how you can capitalize in the midst of chaos and still make yourself successful in spite of what's being done, because you can't just blame the president because you don't want to go to work. You can't blame the president because you don't want to save your money. You don't want to stop buying cigarettes and beer and spending money on strippers and instead invest your money on your future. That's your fault, not his fault. He's a billionaire, so he didn't spend all of his money. You don't have $1,000 in your bank account because you spend all your money. The difference between the decisions of the millionaire mindset and the decisions of the broke mindset is to take every extra dollar that you have and live it up. But the ability of the millionaire mindset is to prepare for the future where your money is making money for you, generational wealth. He said, yeah, so now you can't afford college at all. Yeah, you're right. You can't afford college. But what the fuck are you using a college degree for anyway when 60% of Americans don't use their college degree for their job? The majority of people in the drive through window have at least one bachelor's degree, and the manager of that fast food restaurant has 2 to 3 bachelor's degrees and probably a master's degree. So, what does going to college? What does going to college do for you? What does it? Because originally it was supposed to be for you to network and make connections. It wasn't to learn shit. Billionaires put their kids in college not to be the smartest kid in the school, but to meet the politician's daughter and meet the governor's son so that they have connections when they get out of college, so that when they call, hey, I need you to pull strings for me. Y'all know we mock the rich people that says, "Oh, do you know who I am? Do you know who my daddy is? My friend is X, Y, and Z, so and so. Call the chief. I'm a good friend of the chief. I don't deserve this DUI." They have connections. That's what college was for. College wasn't about learning how to go to work. College was about making connections. It's not just what you know, it's who you know. And that's what we're not taught in college. We're not taught to know people on the way out. We're taught to party like rock stars, join fraternities and sororities, smash, get wasted, graduate, and then go work at Walmart with a degree. $39 trillion dollars in debt could be averted by loans sold to the American people through hard assets like land, cars, education, etc. But that will never happen. The $39 trillion debt could be dissolved simply by taxing the rich 50%. But that's not going to happen either. $39 trillion debt used to be over $300 trillion, but when Donald Trump started utilizing tariffs, it went down dramatically. So it can be dissolved with all the tariffs that he's using, but it's going to cause inflation, and inflation is going to impact the poor people because the poor people don't know how to stop spending money on stuff that costs too much money. You will buy $350 pair of Jordans because they're Jordans, but you won't say, fuck them Jordans. I'm going to buy a $30 pair of shoes that doesn't have a name brand on it. That's why poor people stay poor. So I understand perfectly. This is definitely not a plan of success for anyone. It's a cosmic failure fueled by misguided ideology. I mean, you can call it a cosmic failure, but it's not really a cosmic failure. If the average American is not learning how to make better decisions going forward, they're going to find themselves in a position where they're going to continue to fail for the rest of their lives, but they're only failing because they didn't have the knowledge. You came to a podcast that sat here for 4 hours giving you the knowledge. It's your responsibility to learn how to invest in yourself, and it's your responsibility to learn how to do more for the sake of your own personal success. You cannot sit here and say that the government is the reason why you have to catch the bus every day. You not having a car is your decision, and you having a DUI is your failure. You have to take first person accountability on why your life sucks. Whatever you don't like about your life, you have to take first person accountability about that, because Donald Trump did not make a decision to benefit you. He made a decision to benefit billionaires. Now, this man said it's almost like college is absolutely necessary for any kind of upward mobility, and colleges and banks know that, so they are maximizing profits and exploiting that fact. Yes, sir, that is exactly true. College does nothing for your career, and every company has agreed that they're going to make a college degree a category of requirement, and then banks are going to loan the money to people who can't afford it so that they can capitalize on your ability to learn something when education should be free. And then the colleges are a private entity where they're getting paid for you to show up, but you're not learning shit, which means that it's a huge waste of money. And Donald Trump put a cap on how much money you can waste in your life. Now, we're going to say that he fucked it up. I don't know. I don't know. Is I agree. The logic is entirely based on the just world fallacy. I don't know. I guess you could say that. Special shout out to Nicole, Detroit, Michigan in the house. He said, I doubt this guy even knows what logical fallacy is. Okay, well, that just puts you out. Thank you very much, sir. Uh, so since he had to go, he said, this world is changing and we are here digging ourselves further into the mud based off of bad choices. Based off of bad choices. He said, nobody is smoking cigarettes, nobody is hiring strippers. That's wrong. OnlyFans is making billions of dollars because men are wasting money on stuff other than investing in themselves. They're the lonely simps that are spending so much money on emotional connections over the internet are spending billions of dollars on sexual gratification online, not even in person. So there are a lot of people that are wasting money in places. And matter of fact, Ukraine fueled its military from pornography. So how are you going to tell me that that's not a thing? You just have to start life with a small loan of $5 million from your father, and you'll be all set. I mean, no, he didn't get a small loan from his father. He actually inherited $5 million from somebody who died, and he went bankrupt 6 times, and now he's a multi-billionaire. So I mean, yeah, look at it like that. Just take accountability with the safety net of your rich family. Well, poor people can take accountability too, but poor people don't take accountability. That's what you don't understand. Here goes Nick. He said another day, another pre-recorded stream is diabolical. If you're still here, Nick, go ahead and shout back out again because this isn't a pre-recorded show. We're live 7 nights a week. So if you've got something important to say, please by all means dive in. We're hoping that we have individuals that are because I'm about to finish the last 14 pages of information that I calculated for you guys to show you the opportunity, the financial opportunities and financial woes that we're about to deal with. I haven't gotten to that part yet. He said, based off of bad choices like electing horrible leaders. That's your opinion. But more than 70% of Americans voted for him. I was not one of them. I voted for Kamala Harris, and I thought that $1 million or more per minority would have benefited my family tree. So I was voting for the $1 million. Even though I disagreed with the abortion topic, I thought that, being anybody born after 1965 would not have got that money. And I have a relative that was born in 1956, so he would have got that money. So I would have gotten that money directly from him. So I was like, I would just vote for her because that would put indirectly $1 million into my pocket. That's all I was voting for. But me voting for her did not do nothing. She didn't have to be the best apple in the barrel. But at the end of the day, she was offered $1 million that I could have put my hands on. I was voting for the $1 million. I did not like her abortion topic. I did not like her full disclosure for airports and shit. But I liked that $1 million offer. But apparently, 70% of Americans thought, "Fuck that. We want Trump." So when you get mad and say that he's a horrible leader, you have to be mad at 70% of America that wasn't me that voted him in. But he hasn't done anything he hasn't done anything that I uh uh can really not navigate around. I can navigate around it. He said with AI reactions. No, we're just late to the comment sections because I'm catching up. I'm trying to respond to at least the appropriate ones. Um he said, okay, let's go ahead and get rid of you. We're gonna go down to the next person. He said, can I get some advice? Special shout out to Death Roll. Depending on what your question is, probably yes. What's your question? He said, that's all you voted for? Oh, so he said that's all you voted for? Yeah, forget about the benefits of her policies and forget about the absolute felon that she was running against. I look, I'm not gonna lie to you about it. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. When I looked at some of the policies that she had, that I objected to, like abortion, giving women the ability to have an abortion for a child just because she doesn't want it, not because it's a health risk, not because she's the victim of a crime, but because she simply didn't want the responsibility where the person that she consensually had sex with does not have any say in whether or not he can be a father. I did not agree with that. If she does not want to get pregnant, don't have sex. I didn't agree with that. Men who want to be fathers date women who decide that they don't want to be mothers, and those women decide to sleep with the dudes and benefit from being with that dude and then kill off the children. I don't agree with that. If you don't want to have children, get a hysterectomy. That way you don't have to worry about getting pregnant. It solves the whole problem. You can sleep with whoever you want, as much as you want, never get pregnant. Don't even need contraceptives because you had a hysterectomy. You removed all the eggs out. But that one thing I disagree with. There were other policies that she had that did not make sense. With the one that she wanted full transparency, I didn't see the benefit in that. If you don't ask for anything on the plane, you don't pay for it. So I don't see the benefit in full transparency. But yes, it would be nice if you went to the hotel and they gave you a rundown of why they're charging you $50 for the hotel room if they're going to give it back to you after you leave. But as long as they give it back to you after you leave, it doesn't really matter now, does it? But if you open the mini bar, you're going to pay for the mini bar. But when you say, well, Donald Trump is a felon president, yes, he is. What was it, 35 or 40 felonies? They swept it under the rug and threw the case out when he was clearly convicted of paying $135,000 for a prostitute, cheating on his wife. The American dream is still instilled where he proves that you do not have to be an upstanding citizen to be president. You have to be 35, live in the country in the last 15 years. That's pretty much it. And be an American born citizen. So you can be a felon and run for president. You just need more than half the country to vote for you. You can be a felon and run for country. He could have been the president in prison doing tours through prison because he would have been elected. He could have done it. I don't know if he could have gave a pardon to himself, but I know he can give a pardon to just about everybody else. I did a whole show covering how he could have bought his way into office and then gave everybody in the electoral votes a pardon after that, after they got convicted. I talked about all of that stuff on the show. I don't have to agree with it, but I can't control it. And because I can't control it, I can teach you how to navigate around the things that we cannot control. That's what I do. Now he says the blacks at my work aren't like you. They get in groups at and start acting like assholes, all younger guys, and any advice on dealing with them? Okay, so if they're far younger than you are, it's not just because they're black. It's just because they're less educated in certain situations. If they're acting like assholes, it specifically depends on how they're acting like assholes around you. If they're making snide comments, you can remove yourself from the situation. If they're not performing correctly on the job, you can report them to their supervisors. Um, if they are behaving inappropriately where they're violating human resources rules and regulations from their job, you can get them fired by reporting them to human resources. Um, but if they don't, well, you said they're at your job. If they're customers and they're misbehaving in the building, which is deemed to be socially inappropriate, you can have them removed from the building and even banned or trespassed off the property. So if they are deliberately interfering with you and your ability to function at your job, you can communicate your concerns with your employer, and your employer can have that person removed if your employer determines that their behavior is inappropriate or in any way, shape, or form damaging the integrity of the company. If you're not the only person with the complaint, but you're the first person that brings the complaint, if you have a problem with it and you have reason to believe that a few other people have a problem with it, bringing that complaint to upper management could lead to an investigation that could cause those people to get fired if they work for the company. But like I said, it can also get them banned from the establishment or trespassed off the property, which removes the problem from your environment. but they have to be doing something wrong. If they're just pissing you off because you don't like what they have to say, just get away from them. If they're physically interfering with your ability to function, then you report them. If they're physically doing something directly to you, then you can report them. But if you just don't like what they say, don't worry about it. Just go somewhere else. Because what other people do that directly impacts you is what matters to you. The negative things that they do that you can get caught up in, but you can remove yourself from a situation and not be caught up in it. Like, let's say they're smoking on the job and they're not supposed to be smoking on the job. You don't smoke. You don't have to sit where they're smoking because they're being assholes and smoking in a non smoking area. You can go to the other side where there aren't smoking. But knowing that they're smoking in a non smoking area, you can say, hey, boss man, they're smoking in a non smoking area and it's negatively impacting the customers. And if you got proof of that, cigarette butts on the ground, photos of them smoking, video recording of them smoking, the boss will take care of that. Because if they're violating company policy, they will get fired for it. He said, current leader didn't even ban it, just capped out and delegated it to the states. No, he didn't just ban it. So what he did was he dismantled the Department of Education, which that was fucked up. So I keep telling everybody, if you really want to save money, you can invest in your local public schools and then use it as a tax return. All you need is an invoice from the school that shows that you donated the money to the school, and you can give that to your government and then give that when you file your taxes and get that dollar for donating to a nonprofit organization. But if your kids are going to public school, that benefits your kids because most parents don't pay for public school. So if you're paying for public school, your kids will be treated better in the school and they'll have more resources and they'll get a better education from public school without having to be bullied from private school where you're a financially challenged family trying to keep up with the Joneses in a private school and not getting the deduction from the private school. But him capping it out, he doesn't need to ban the way that they're making money off of education because, again, it's capitalism. Stupid people have to pay to be smart. It's capitalism. I was stupid. I got $70,000 worth of student debt. It's capitalism. You know, so he didn't cap he capped it out and deregulates it so that the private insurance companies can sell loans, or private banks and private loan entities can sell loans to people who want it. But schools like Harvard is giving free rides or deferred rides to people who don't make 250,000 a year or 100,000 a year. So uh, uh, major institutions like Harvard, where you couldn't get in it unless you had a rich family background that didn't really have a financial aid program, is now offering college free for broke people. So if you make less than 100,000 a year, your kid is likely to get into Harvard because you're poor. Back in the day, you couldn't get into Harvard unless you had an athletic scholarship. Now you can get into Harvard because you're poor. And a lot of colleges are going to start doing that because in order for them to keep up the clientele, they have to keep up the numbers, which means they're going to start letting in a lot more people for a lot less because they have a lot less people participating. He said, can you donate to a different country or a different county than the one that you live in with the schools? Because I would like to donate to a school district I grew up in where I live now. Yes. So every public school is a government funded entity that does not turn a profit. And the nonprofit status is a tax law that indicates if you give money to a non for profit, that you can get up to 100% of your investment in a tax deduction or a tax credit. So if you donate to the school you grew up in, the one that made you the man you are today, and you donate to that school and you get a receipt, you can't just hand them a check and be like, "Oh, hey, here goes the money," and then tell the IRS, because anything over $300, you have to show proof that you donated it. So if you give $1,000 check to the school you grew up in, you have them give you a receipt from that school that says that you donated to that school. Then you take that receipt and you file your taxes. You could be in California donating to a school in New York. It doesn't matter. You show that you donated to a school and you have the proof that you donated to a school, and then they will give you the tax deduction for it. And anybody who doesn't believe that can talk to a tax agent and they'll tell you, yes, Donating to public schools are tax deductible. As soon as I found that out, I've been telling everybody about it. I've been telling everybody about it because the $10,000 you would be giving Uncle Sam, you could be giving to a school in your neighborhood, which would offset the education because the Department of Education is not giving the schools any money anymore. The money is going to be coming from the Small Business Administration, SBA. They're handling the funding for schools now. They're also handling the funding for your loans, the Small Business Administration, SBA. So Department of Education has nothing to do with your education anymore. So if you have kids or if you want kids or if you want your old community to have a better education, donate to the public school and carry it on your tax return because instead of giving that 10 grand to Donald Trump, you'd be giving that 10 grand to your local school. If you got to spend the money anyway, you might as well spend it on something that you value. That's my thought. Now, let's get back in because I told you I got 14. I'm going to cover those 14 pages before I get off the air, even if I got to sit here for 6 hours. I've done a 6 hour podcast recently. I'll do another. I got nothing to do for the rest of the afternoon. I'll do another. So let's look at who's going to stand to win from what's going on between Cuba, Venezuela, and Iran. The opportunities are obvious and concentrated in a few key factors. First are going to be the oil and gas giants. The Iran conflict sent crude prices into triple digits, giving these companies a short term windfall. But the real prize is long term. Everything is long term. And that's what I was trying to tell the guys earlier today. Companies poised to enter Venezuela could secure lucrative contracts to rebuild and operate the country's oil industry with access to the world's largest reserve backed by the United States military security. Second are going to be the defense contractors. A conflict with Iran and a sustained military presence in Venezuela mean massive contracts for weapons, logistics, and security services, which means you can invest in stocks that are related to weapons, logistics, and security services, and make a large. And those are going to be growth stocks, but you're going to make a large quantity of comeuppance off of those growth stocks over the next 20 years. Every drone, missile, and armored vehicle used translates directly into revenue, and that revenue translates into growth in the value of shares that is going to benefit shareholders. Third is the reconstruction sector. If the pressure on Cuba leads to an economic opening, American companies in hospitality, construction, and telecommunications will be first in line to rebuild the island. Similarly, estimates that are in the area of about $183 billion to fix Venezuela's infrastructure, as we talked earlier today, represents a massive pool of contracts for engineering and service companies. For insiders, this strategy is a potential gold rush. But what about everyone else? I always got to tell y'all about the rest of us. The picture is far more perilous. The most immediate impact is that the gas pump is going to suck. Bro, I'm not done yet. Let me finish the show before you start sneezing. The conflict in the Strait of Hormuz caused a dramatic spike in global oil prices. And in the weeks following the escalation with Iran, average US gasoline prices have surged. The pain doesn't stop there. Energy is the master commodity. Higher oil prices ripple through the entire economy. Utility bills for heating and electricity rise. Transportation costs increase, meaning businesses pass those costs on to you as higher prices for groceries and other goods. Matter of fact, higher prices in gas is going to raise the prices of buses, where bus fare is going to start going up. And you're going to be thinking, oh, they always go up every year, but they're going up this year because of the gas prices. Um, Fertilizer and other agricultural, this is going to be a key component, is going to be a petroleum byproduct, which further raises food costs. Y'all got to understand this. So you've this creates a powerful stagflation pressure, which is what EGG was talking about a while ago with the lack of progress in the GDP since 2024 is a stagflation pressure. The toxic mix of slowing economic growth and rising inflation. He thought I wasn't going to cover it. I just didn't get to it yet. The Federal Reserve, which might otherwise cut interest rates, but they haven't done it yet, is hesitant to do so for fear of fanning that inflation. Because whenever we start cutting interest rates, people start wasting more money instead of being fiscally responsible. This can lead to higher borrowing costs for mortgages, car loans, and credit cards, which is another problem because the increase in tariffs on car parts have brand new cars made in 2026 costing an extra $10,000 to $15,000 for the exact same car for the exact same make and model that was sold in 2024. And that's going to also, with the tariffs, are also going to increase the cost of houses being sold in 2026 because of kitchen cabinets and other furnishing, couches, and upholstery for real estate, which means that certain houses are going to start costing an extra $25,000 to $50,000 per house. So houses are going to become more expensive as well because of the tariffs. For those with a 401k, the market volatility can erode retirement savings. There's a downside to every upside. In essence, the energy dominance strategy creates a stark divide. The potential long term benefits, like stable energy from a rebuilt Venezuela, are distant and uncertain. The near term pain, however, is very real and falls disproportionately on the working class, the poor class, and middle income families. While corporate profits in specific sectors may soar, where Donald Trump's decisions help the wealthy, not the poor. And he does a trickle up effect where he benefits the poor so that the poor can spend more money so that it goes into the pockets of the rich, not the other way around. We've got to remember we allow ourselves to stay poor. Rich are rich because they don't spend money. Poor are poor because they never save it. Remember that. It's not their fault that we still live like this in our 40s. We could not control what family we were born into, and we could not control what environment we lived in from 1 to 15. But from 18 to 35, we knew what the fuck we were doing, and we wasn't doing the right thing. First person accountability. So while corporate profits are soaring in specific sectors, the purchasing power of the average American is being directly threatened. This is the central gamble, a play for American energy supremacy paid for in the short term out of your pockets, the average poor American. So, do you think this new energy doctrine will lead to American prosperity and security, or is it a reckless gamble that will backfire on the entire economy? As you've seen today, we read every single appropriate comment. So let us know what you think. And if you want to stay ahead of the critical geopolitical shifts and understand what they mean for your money, you got to make sure that you subscribe to the channel, hit that notification bell. And every time you're here, you want to mash those reaction buttons because we are witnessing a major reordering of American foreign and economic policies, and it's coming together around a single powerful idea: energy dominance that directly impacts your wallet. The coordinated actions against Venezuela, Cuba, and Iran are not separate crises, but calculated moves in a single strategy. By gaining influence over a major producer, isolating a regional player, and asserting control over a critical global choke point. The Trump administration is attempting to build an American energy empire. The political rewards and potential benefits are going to be immense. Secure energy supplies, the ability to influence global prices, new markets for American industries, and the dismantling of an anti United States alliance in America's own hemisphere. For the corporations positioned to capitalize on this, the profits could be huge. However, the risks are equally staggering. In the immediate term, the conflict with Iran has driven up the cost of living for ordinary Americans through higher prices for gas, groceries, and utilities. The market volatility and inflationary pressures threaten the destabilization of the broader economy. The entire strategy is a high wire act, balancing the promise of long term gains against the certainty of near term economic pain that the average American is just going to have to deal with until they pull themselves financially out of the pain area. The ultimate question is going to remain unanswered. Is this the dawn of a new era of American energy prosperity, or is it a high stakes gambit that will enrich a few at the expense of many? The prices are in motion, and the pieces of this game are moving, and the consequences, for better or for worse, are coming for everyone's bank account. And the only thing that you can do is perform a preemptive strike on your wallet by redirecting capital to benefit your future based on present changes that you see coming. Now, 4 hours and 5 minutes into the show, I want to thank you guys for coming to the show. But I'm going to start off by saying, ladies, as long as the situation doesn't make sense, I'm going to keep asking you, ladies, to make it make sense. So, ladies, please make it make sense. Fellas, I give y'all this information to help y'all become higher value men. You have to pay attention to the things in your life that are inside of your control and then proactively change the things that you do not like. As your life gets better, you have the capability to then navigate around the things that you cannot control. Just like EER was spending all this time talking about how much he doesn't like Donald Trump. I spent the last 4 hours talking to you about how you can navigate around the decisions of Donald Trump. If you change the things you can't, if you navigate around the things you can't control, your life is going to be better. You invest in ways where you can profit off of the chaos. You don't waste money on things that you don't benefit from long term so that you have more money to invest in the capitalization of the chaos. Y'all see the stocks going across the screen, all dividend paying stocks. And you can pick up those stocks. You can grab the cheapest ones. You can grab the cheapest ones with the highest dividend rates. You've got REITs up there. You got BDCs up there. You've got healthcare up there. You got Johnson and Johnson, Coca-Cola. You've got Teslas on the other list. But you've got oils. You've got shipping companies, Carnival, airlines. You got all of the companies that are paying dividends right now. Oracle is up there. Fuck, they just helped with TikTok, multi-trillion-dollar company. Grab the stuff that can benefit you. Start off with the cheapest ones, invest in them, getting a lot of return, and then take that return and reinvest it into other stocks. Continue to add onto your portfolio until your brokerage account is giving you enough money to reinvest in something else. You can expand into real estate. You can start buying properties. Instead of selling your stocks, you can leverage your stocks, $200,000, $300,000, leverage your stock for 50%, take $100,000 to $150,000, buy a house, have your brokerage account, pay off the loan, have your buy your house cash up front, and then have your tenant pay the mortgage, where you're mortgaging that house with a clear deed to go buy another house, or mortgaging that house for 200 grand so that you can go in and buy you a $1 million apartment complex that's now generating $100,000 a month. You can figure out a way to stop being broke. The first thing you have to do is stop wasting money. The second thing you have to do is invest the money you're not wasting. And then the third thing you have to do is watch how politics impacts the stock market so that you can make money off of the stocks. Use ETF trading. It's faster than buying contracts, which is like option trading at 100 shares per contract. You can just do ETF trading, where you just put up a quantity of money and get a certain percentage of shares based on the quantity of money per share. It's just like buying into Bitcoin when you're doing ETF trading. It's just less volatile, and it pays out dividends where you don't have to sell it to get paid. Why not do that? Instead of putting your money into a savings account that's not giving you anything back, why not put it into a brokerage account that's giving you back 18 to 20% interest? You put up $10,000, you're getting back $2,000 a year. No bank account is giving you those kind of returns. But you put these stocks up here, I can tell you right now, TSCC, 21%. Orchid Island, 20%. AGNC, 17%. Prospect Capital, 22%. Right now, real estate investment trusts that are really hitting 20% interest. All you have to do is do your research. Do your research. Don't just take my word for it. Do your research. And if you go into our membership, we've got you can use the link to set up an account with Stash App. You can start loading up your money and start investing in the stocks that we got going across the screen. Put your money up there, start watching money pay you back every month. That's the motivation to invest. How much can you put away? Can you put away $50 a month? Can you put away $25 a month? It's $32 a year for a Stash App account to unlimited investments. And invest anything that you're utilizing for investment opportunities as a tax deduction as the expenses of the overhead, the platform. So you just got to look at other ways to meet your goals. And that's all I try to do is I try to give you guys another way. Now, ladies, I understand this is a male-driven podcast from the male's perspective, but you too can take this information and make yourself higher value women. As I tell everybody, you must figure out where you want to be at in the next 20 years. What kind of life does that lead? Go into detail about it and then reverse engineer how to get there. Because once you start putting down your proactive efforts into reaching your 20-year plan, one or two things is going to happen. You're either going to get there on your own, or you're going to keep your eyes and ears open for the potential suitor that actually is going to meet your goals. Because if you're talking to a dude that's only want to take you out to get laid, that dude ain't working on your 20-year plan. But if you're talking to a dude that has a vision, he has a dream, he has investment opportunities, he has a plan, he started up a business, he's got marketing, he's got financial stability, he has goals, he has a 20-year vision that's different from yours. Y'all could potentially bring yourselves together and y'all could get there faster. Two people can hit $1 million faster than one person. All it takes is for you guys to invest in your future instead of living for today. Because eventually the money will stop coming in from you physically leaving your house and going to work. And eventually the money needs to start coming from somewhere else so that you don't have to continue leaving your house to bring the work in, to bring the money in. That's what I keep trying to teach y'all. Now, we've got a lot of stuff coming up for tomorrow because we're going to be talking about mutualities. And just like today, we're going to be trying to start at about 15 minutes after the top of the hour. We should be here around 11:15, 11:25 Eastern Standard Time. So I want you guys to be here. Just like today, we can run a marathon. I don't believe I have any contracts that I have to fulfill. So I want to make sure that you guys stick with us. With that being said, I want to thank you guys for coming to This and That. I'm your host, Xander, where we talk about this, that, and everything in between. And I will be seeing you guys tomorrow.
Higher ground! Used to chase validation, now I validate That's my personal command. I'm not mounted on higher ground where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds, raising the bar, breaking ground. I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision, cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield to mediocrity and chaos. I will never I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision, cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield to mediocrity and chaos. I will never yield.